Morning, everyone. Ms. McPhail, are we ready? Y'all ready? All right. Good evening. It is. Oh, this is 6:01. Which Apple device do we trust for the? All right. All right. The computer says 6:31, but I will wait. We'll wait. 28. Okay, we'll wait just a minute. All right, now we're ready. It is 6:30 p.m., and I call to order the January 18th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session for discussion of the 2021-2022 employment recommendations and to receive legal advice concerning a potential claim, including as it may relate to legal confidentiality requirements and other matters covered by and/or concerning the attorney-client privilege and relationship?
Madam Chair, I move the board enter into executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 academic school year and to receive legal advice concerning a potential claim, including as it may relate to legal confidentiality requirements and other matters covered by and/or concerning the attorney-client privilege and relationship.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can we have some discussion?
There's no
This-
discussion on that motion.
Okay.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, we'll now enter into an executive session.
Hello, Lexington District One students, staff, and families. This has been another tough week for our district when it comes to our staff absences due to COVID-19. We continue to see a growing number of staff members out sick, and it's making it harder and harder to operate our schools. Luckily, our calendar is helping us in a big way. With this short week and a holiday already scheduled, we have time on our side. As you know, tomorrow, Thursday, January 13th, is a previously scheduled half-day of school. There is no school for students on Friday because of a teacher workday, and Monday is a holiday for staff and students with no school. We are immensely grateful for this break. We hope that this will allow us to slow the spread of COVID-19 and give our sick staff and students time to rest and heal. As of this morning, January 12th at 11 a.m., we have 155 active positive cases among our staff. That number grows daily. Since yesterday, more than 100 staff members notified our HR office that they were sick. We have 470 staff absent today. They are either COVID positive, symptomatic, quarantined, or taking care of a child who's sick or quarantined. To put that in perspective, that means more than 10% of our district staff is out today for a COVID-related reason. Though we are glad to have shortened quarantine and isolation periods overall, many of our sick staff aren't able to come back after 5 days because they don't feel well enough yet and they need more time. Of course, we also have staff out for other illnesses and reasons as well. Staffing is a very real and concerning issue, which has several schools teetering on the edge of having to temporarily shift to e-learning. On top of that, we also have a chance of winter weather coming in on Sunday, which could impact schools next week. We are monitoring that weather situation closely. Parents, this is the most important part of this entire message. Now is the time to prepare your plan for what happens if your student's school must shift to e-learning because of weather or because of COVID-19. Do not wait. Get a plan in place now for your student. This is absolutely critical. We do not shift school to e-learning lightly because we want students in school face-to-face, and we believe that they learn best when they're at school. We also understand that it's hard for families when schools are impacted. But please know that we avoid making district-wide decisions when it comes to shifting to virtual instruction. Instead, we try to make decisions that will impact the least amount of students possible. So we might shift a class before a school and a school before the entire district. Finally, today I want to touch on COVID-19's impact on students this week. As of 9:30 this morning, Wednesday, January 12th, there are 632 active positive student cases. That's more than double last Wednesday's number when we had 264 positive cases. As always, I encourage you to mask up, make healthy choices, and protect yourself as much as possible. I also ask for your prayers of healing for our staff and students who are sick. If we've learned anything over the past 2 years, it is that COVID-19 can derail our plans quickly. But we also learned that the people who make up Lexington District 1 are resilient and will work together for the good of our children. This week, so many of our staff members gave their energy and their effort for students and for our families. So take some time to reach out to your students' school staff and let them know that they are appreciated. Thank them for their hard work. Send them an email or a handwritten note. Let them know that they are valued and that you appreciate their efforts, because I know I do. Stay safe and well. Thank you.
I'm 21 minutes older. That's not that big. It's not even 30. You make it seem like it's such a big deal.
It all started with a tweet from Midway Elementary School sharing their 4- and 5-year-old kindergarten classes have 7 sets of twins.
I knew that there was like a few. I only knew three sets of twins, which were in my grade: Jackson and Riley, Marlita and Matthew, and then Mila and Grayson. And we're really close to all the twins we know, especially Mila and Grayson, because we love to hang out with other twins. It's just like we get each other.
Lexington District 1 has more than 150 sets of twins and 6 sets of triplets. And yes, that's double the fun. Or Mom and Dad might say double the trouble and double the homework. Or even triple the excitement, maybe. Well, you get the picture. Carolina Springs and Lake Murray Elementary Schools tied for a close second place with 16 sets of twins. But Midway Elementary still leads the way with 25 sets of twins and 3 sets of triplets. Yes, you heard that right. 28 sets of multiples in all at MES.
Twins to me share a unique vision because even though they share the same, they're always sharing with one another, they have their own personality. They do things differently, but they're always somebody that they can go back and study with. They always have a playmate. They always have someone to interact with.
Lexington Medical Center Dr. Kimberly Stone says the rates of multiples began rising in the 1980s with the help of assisted reproductive technologies, medications, and women waiting longer to have children.
Closer to 2014, 2015 is kind of when they had come to a peak. So that definitely corresponds timing-wise to elementary school kids who are now around that age that have kind of been at that peak. And then since then, it's slowly been starting to decline. But probably what we've seen from a population standpoint is just that came to that plateau right in that point of time. And now we're seeing all those kids starting in elementary school.
Dr. Stone adds, while the number of multiples may seem high, it fits in with the birth statistics over time in the United States.
Being a twin or some sort of multiple gestation is definitely more rare than being a singleton baby or pregnancy. Even still, with how dramatically the twin rate have rise, they are still relatively uncommon.
There's ups and downs of being a twin. Like, you're never lonely, and you always have someone to go with when you're sad, but then you also have to share everything with your twin, so that's also a downside. But overall, it's pretty good because you always have someone to talk to, and you can wear matching clothes, and you can switch up and make people confused.
So on this National Twins Day, we celebrate the multiples that multiply the joy in Lexington District 1.
I love Lake Marion Elementary School. I love being there. Lake Marion is a unified champion school.
Ready? Count these.
1, 2, 3.
3. Good. Put it with 3.
We have that family culture here where we don't look at people any differently. And I think also focusing on values, just like the national banner, you focus on certain values. We focus on certain values here at Lake Murray. And so when you stop pointing out what makes us different, everyone kind of skips over that and starts to just have fun and be around each other and accept each other.
Mr. helped me write, and Miss Miller helped me to speak, and the walking teacher helped me to show me how to walk, and the other one is Miss Beck, and Consuelo and Miss Rayna.
Regular ed students playing with or walking down the hall with students that don't look like them or that are in a different type of learning environment, it's very heartwarming. And that's when you see that all the work that you do that you feel like sometimes is not known or seen as much, you're like, you know what, this is why we do what we do. It's for these kids to be given an opportunity just like everyone else.
Being a national unified champion school means so much to me as a principal, because what it represents is the heart that our school has. It represents our culture, it represents our community, it represents our staff, students, and teachers. So having this award is probably one of the greatest awards we will ever achieve.
All you need is love, love.
It's just different here. I think back to Dr. Little saying all means all, and it really is a district of love and acceptance.
The one great thing about our school and winning this award is that it's about how we bring each other together. Our children are learning at a very young age that just because you might look different or learn different, that at the end of the day, we all have the same heart.
They make me happy when they help me. I love Lake Murray.
humble, to be kind. It is a giving of the peace in your mind to a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. The heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do.
It's class of 1986 night at the board meeting. Chris Rawl, Murray Conner. Go Wildcats. All right. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session and return to general session?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. I now call to order the general session of the January 18th board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. At this time, I ask you to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, no. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would just like to say, during executive session, we didn't have anything to do with item 2.2. You'll just note that.
All right. Any other discussion of the agenda? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right, board members, you have received the minutes of the December 14th board meeting. Other than corrections that have been received and made, are there any other corrections? Hearing none, the minutes will be accepted as presented. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Dave Duff from the firm of Duff, Lyon, and Freeman to review the Attorney General opinion issued on January 4th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members, and a belated Happy New Year to you. Again, my name is Dave Duff, and I'm with the firm of Duff, Freeman, Lyon in Columbia, and we've served as counsel to this district and the board for many, many years. I've been asked to discuss with you, as the chair has indicated, the recent opinion by the South Carolina Attorney General's office, which I think was issued on January the 4th, addressing that section of the Freedom of Information Act that provides that a member of a public body can request that information be added, be included in or added to or referred to in the minutes of the public body. And I'd like to begin by saying something, and I don't mean this in any way as a general criticism of the AG's office, and certainly not of this particular AG opinion, because as you'll hear in a minute, I basically agree with the January 4 opinion. But we frequently hear the refrain, mainly from attorneys who are not in the AG's office or who are working in one of the other governmental entities, that the Attorney General's opinion is one man's opinion about an issue that relates to South Carolina law. And if you've looked at the letter, the January 4 letter, you will see that the opinion was written by an Assistant Attorney General, Matthew Houck, and was approved by Bob Cook, who's been in charge of the opinion section for many, many years. And as I said, I think this is a very good opinion, and one that I basically agree with. I have one little caveat that I would like to address, but I'll just start by quoting to you the very conclusion of the opinion on page 6. And I quote, "It is this office's opinion that FOIA, happens to be section 30-4-90, subpart A4, which is the section in question dealing with additions to the minutes, does not permit a public body to preempt a member of the body from including information in the written minutes of its public meetings by majority vote or through adoption of policy. However, these minutes are public records from which a public body may exempt enumerated categories of information from disclosure. Additionally, certain information within a public document is required to be closed to the public.
the information which may be exempt from disclosure or is otherwise required to be closed to the public can be redacted or separated prior to disclosing the rest of the document. And I think this is, as I said a moment ago, a well-reasoned opinion regarding this particular section of FOIA. It recognizes, in effect, that a board majority cannot preempt or veto a request by in this case, a board member to include something in the minutes of the board simply because the majority thinks that it's not appropriate or they just simply want to oppose the request. The AG says you can't do that. The statute and the plain language of the statute, this particular section, says that a member of the public body can request that information or material be added to the minutes. And there's no specific qualification to that much of what FOIA says. But as the AG opinion also says, that the minutes are public records from which the body may exempt certain enumerated categories of information from what the member asks be appended to the minutes. And that whatever the material or matter is that the board member is requesting be attached to the minutes, that the information that may be subject to an exemption can be redacted or separated from the document prior to the document being included or added to the minutes. And I agree with that. I think that's an acceptable and an accurate interpretation of this particular section of the FOIA statute. The one area that I think the Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Houck, could have been a little clearer about is that I believe the statute envisions that what a member might ask be included in the minutes of that particular meeting relate in some way to what was discussed at the meeting, something that was on the agenda of the meeting or that came up in proper discussion regarding a matter that had to be discussed or potentially voted on by the body. So, and an example would be, it's kind of a silly example, but suppose a board member or a member of the public body said, I'd like to include in our minutes the Manhattan phone book. That would be silly, unless the board was talking about getting in touch with people who live in Manhattan, and then adding the Manhattan phone book might be relevant to the topics that were discussed at the meeting. So I do think that the material or information that is requested to be added to the minutes should and would relate to something that came up in the board's discussion of that meeting, at that meeting, a topic that the board had to take action on that may have resulted in some discussion where the particular matter was discussed by the board. So I think that the AG opinion really doesn't specifically address that because I think it's implicit. It's implicit in any fair reading of that statutory section and didn't really need to be explicitly reiterated in the AG opinion. But again, I think it is a sound opinion. In general, courts give due deference to AG opinions that are well-reasoned. Their courts aren't obligated to agree with the Attorney General in a written opinion, but they do give a certain amount of deference to an AG opinion, particularly when it is well-reasoned, as this one is. So I think that the board now has the board asked for this opinion, and with its rendering, you now have some fairly clear guidance on how you can deal with requests by a member of the board to include information or material to the meeting minutes. Can I answer any questions that board members may have?
Yes, sir. This is Jada. So originally, you had redacted portions of the minutes. Are you still advising to redact those portions of the minutes?
Ms. Garrish, you're speaking of the minutes that will be the subject of the next item on the agenda?
That's correct.
Yes, I was asked to, almost in anticipation of what the Attorney General has now said on January 4, I was asked to give my opinion about what matters might be subject to an exemption under one of the statutory exemptions, and I gave that opinion, and I suggested what I thought was the language or the information on the document in question that could be properly and lawfully redacted in the document when it gets included in the minutes. So yes, I did give my opinion about what could be properly and lawfully redacted.
Thank you. And under what exemption are you properly and lawfully suggesting that we redact that document?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Under what exemption are you advising that we properly and lawfully redact that document?
I believe most clearly the redaction is provided for in what I call the personal privacy exemption under section 30-4-40 subpart A2.
Okay.
In my view, certain portions of the document in question would be subject to the personal privacy exemption.
Thank you. So if you invoke the personal privacy exemption, you must first determine whether the information requested is personal and whether disclosure would constitute an unreasonable invasion of personal privacy. And then second, the public body must determine whether to disclose the information. The information has been requested, and I'm reading from the Attorney General's opinion here, what I just read, and it has been determined not to be personal or not to constitute an unreasonable invasion of personal privacy because this same document has been released to a member of the public without redactions. So how would you claim an exemption for personal privacy for information that has already been released to a member of the public?
Well, I accept what you've said as being accurate. I believe it is that this very same document, pursuant to a FOIA request by a citizen, was provided to the citizen in response to the FOIA request in an unredacted form. I personally think that that was an oversight. But more fundamentally, I would make a distinction between a document that was provided to a FOIA requester that may have been unredacted and what is now attached or requested to be attached to the public records of the board's meeting minutes. So I think there's a distinction there. And it is still my opinion that what is, assuming the board acts to include the document in question in the minutes, I think it's minutes of a prior meeting. It is still my view that the particular information that I have suggested and recommended be redacted is still a valid action to take in its, including it in its redacted form.
Mr. Duff, can I ask, so if the document that was released with the information that should have been redacted, that was an error?
In my view, that was an error.
It was an error committed by staff in response to a FOIA request. The existence of that error doesn't compel us as the public body to compound that error by including the unredacted version in the minutes. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is my opinion, yes.
I mean, because I feel like it's still incumbent on the board to do the right thing and to comply with the legal exemptions in order to protect personal privacy.
Agree.
Okay, so looking at personal privacy exemptions, we'll go over those in a second. But with that same argument, say that first document was an oversight, it was an error, which it could have been, but the information that you're trying to redact still shouldn't be redacted. But how would you claim an exemption if the same information is already included in these same minutes in another document? And there are actually quotes from the meeting in that document that have also been redacted.
You've lost me. Is this the very same document that was produced to the requester?
Well, the requester has all of the documents, yes. So during this meeting, I requested 2 emails be included in the minutes. And one was included and one was not. And the one that was not has been heavily redacted by you. But some of the items you've redacted from that email, they are already included in the minutes in the other email because they reference each other.
You're asking me some specifics that I don't have immediately in front of me. I'm not clear on what the other document that may have been included is. I may have seen it in the past, but as I stand here this evening, I can't address it any further. I can only address what I have addressed, which is that the additional document that you wish to be included, and it is your request, is it not, Ms. Garris?
It is.
All right, the additional document that you now be requested be included through amendment to, I believe it's the July 2021 minutes. As I've already said, I have suggested the language that should be redacted under the FOIA exemption for personal privacy. And the reason I am is because what I suggest to be redacted deals with the performance of an employee in a critical way before the board has even taken up the matter of that particular employee's performance. So it kind of falls generally in the category or area of personnel and performance by an employee. And what I've redacted is the critical negative assessment of that employee's performance, again, before the board has even taken that matter up. And I believe that, therefore, this is information of a personal nature, the public disclosure of which would constitute an unreasonable invasion of privacy. And that's my legal opinion about what I recommended be redacted.
Thank you. I'm still saying I don't understand how you could redact information that's in one document and there's another document in the minutes that has some of that same information that's been redacted. And I disagree that this is the negative performance of an employee, evaluation of an employee. That is not what this was intended. That's what y'all made this to be. This is a board member requesting information, and y'all put this to the AG as that's what you wanted it to be, and then asked, hey, can state law trump our policies that says a board member shouldn't be giving a negative evaluation of an employee? But that wasn't what this was. So there's a long list.
I understand your position. I respectfully don't agree with it.
Well, I don't agree that you can redact information from a document that's already been released and is in the same minutes. And also, going back to the personal privacy exemption, there are a list of things that fall under personal privacy. That's social security numbers, driver's license, checking account, savings account numbers, credit card, debit card, personal identification numbers, digital signatures, dates of birth, current or former names, current or former addresses.
Ms. Garris, I have a
Yes.
question, and this is a sincere question. The pieces of information that are currently redacted, what do you hope to gain by having those pieces of information included in our minutes in perpetuity? What is your objective? Because I've not been clear on that from the beginning.
Okay, so 20 years from now, when people look back and they wonder how we're at where we're at now, that we still haven't accommodated growth, but we keep building schools, they'll be able to see and follow along and say, oh, okay, Jada had concerns about allowing a builder to assign a dollar amount to a project without any supporting documents, and then 2 years later, the project ended up costing 3 times what it was originally supposed to cost.
And I'm just asking, can those questions be asked, like you just did? You put Jada into that and nobody else. Could those questions not be asked without casting negative motives and negative actions on personnel?
Yes, they could, and this isn't negative. That's the whole problem. Y'all said it was negative, but it's not. So if you'd put it in the minutes, then everybody else could see this is not a negative evaluation of an employee. As a matter of fact, I quote this employee in here, and that whole paragraph that they said in a board meeting, it's been redacted, word for word. I quoted what they said in a board meeting, and the whole paragraph has been redacted. Makes no sense to me.
Other board members, does anyone have any thoughts or discussion of this? Or a recommendation for a way forward? Does anyone have any more questions for Mr. Duff? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're moving on to item 6.3, which is, okay, during the October 19th, 2021 board meeting, and I believe that was November, actually. Was it October? October, we tabled the motion to amend the minutes of the July 20th, 2021 board meeting. Do I hear a motion to take from the table the motion to amend the minutes of the July 20, 2021 board meeting?
Madam Chair, I move that the board take from the table the motion to amend the minutes of the July 20, 2021 board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Guyton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. All right, now is any discussion about removing that item from the table? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, and the motion carries. Okay. Ms. Garris, do you happen to have your original motion?
I do.
All right. Would you mind repeating, we were going back to the original motion from the October meeting. Would you mind repeating your motion?
Yes. Per policy BCBH that states minutes will include supporting materials where such information serves to clarify matters on which action is considered or taken, and because the approved minutes reflect that Jada Garris's email to the board was included, I make a motion to amend the minutes of the July 20th, 2021 board meeting to include Jada Garris's email to the board as requested during the July 20th, 2021 meeting.
Thank you. All right, so we do have the motion back on the table. And so at this point in time, what we have to consider is the redacted version of the email, to add that to the minutes. Is there any discussion about that?
So my motion is to include the entire email. So I guess if someone wants to include the redacted email, they would have to make a motion to.
All right, is there any conversation about the email and?
Right. So just clarifying, because I heard you saying part of it was already included. So I was trying to pull it up real quick on my computer, but so it's an email chain, and what you're saying is the bottom half of that chain is already in the minutes, but the rest isn't, and part of the bottom half that's in the other has already been redacted or hasn't been redacted, is what you're saying?
No, so there was 2 emails. There was one to an employee, and then there was one to the board as a follow-up saying, here's what I learned from this employee. And I quoted some things from my email with the employee, and some of the things I've quoted, that first email made it in the minutes, the one between myself and the employee. The email between myself and the board has been redacted and has not made it in the minutes. It was mistakenly omitted.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might, in terms of parliamentary procedure, I think that if it is the desire of a board member the proper way under parliamentary procedure to, would be to amend Ms. Garris's motion to include the redacted version of the document. And that would be done by a motion to amend Ms. Garris's motion, which would be voted on first. And then there would be a follow-up vote to include the document.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Duff.
So I guess this kind of highlights more of a process that we seem to have uncovered, and certainly we appreciate the Attorney General giving us the opinion as we requested. I understand both sides of this argument, quite frankly. I understand a desire for a board member that feels something should be added to the minutes that is of sustenance and importance to be included. I, in my position, did not understand what that could include. You know, for example, the Manhattan phone book. I didn't know if there was ever a point at which the board in its entirety would sit in judgment over that request. And I think we have determined that that is in fact not the case, that a board member can request ultimately most anything, obviously the more germane the better, to be added to the minutes. I would have the question of, once a redaction occurs, it almost appears that this argument becomes circular, because you have the proposed amendment, then at some point somebody has to request a redaction, for which I don't think we have a process for, quite frankly. Then somebody has to redact it, and then that redaction has to come back to us, and then again, we're brought back to the same question of, are we sitting in judgment of this redaction? I think for me, a lot of it comes down to liability, and you know, as a board, do we incur liability as a part of our vote that would come for that, particularly of the, I believe they said 19 exceptions or whatever it may be. So I think there is some inherent liability that we have to address. I will say I'm not in favor of speaking about any employee outside of Dr. Little, because in my frank opinion, Dr. Little is the board's employee. Everybody else is Dr. Little's employee. That's how this has worked, at least in my opinion, for quite some time. So it would become a challenge for me to include any other employee of the district as a part of a request. But again, I think this kind of highlights the difficulty we have with the process. Maybe less about the content, more about the process by which we arrive. So that would be the only thing I would offer.
Thank you. I would like to follow up as well, Kyle. Once, you know, as Jay Bender said, the horses have already been let out the barn. Once you've released a document to the public, you can't go back and redact it. It's done. It's public information, and if it was an error, then it was an error. I don't believe it. Well, I'm glad it was an error, because had they tried to redact that from the public document to begin with, I think that would have been a violation of FOIA. However, I'm not even sure why it wasn't disclosed to the Attorney General that the document in question has already been released as a public document. No one ever told him that. So that's my take on it. The horses are already at the barn.
But I do believe that there is a callback provision somewhere, but what we're dealing with right now is what we've got. We've got a staff error, and does the board take on that error, or does the board do what is right by what we have in front of us, is my question. No, sir, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. All right, I'm going to ask, is there a motion to amend Ms. Garris's motion to consider the redacted version of the email and include it in the minutes.
Well, the redacted version is what's in our packet, so I would suggest that the redacted version is what's on the table, not the original one.
All right. And that's what I would consider, but that was, I was trying to accommodate Ms. Garris's interpretation.
I mean, I made my motion. I guess we're waiting for an amendment to my motion.
Yes. Because she offered the motion and has explained the spirit of her motion, I will honor that. So is there a motion to amend her motion to consider the redacted version of the email?
And otherwise, we're voting on the unredacted version.
Right, that's correct.
Just quick question, though. Originally, when this was requested and was supposed to be put in the minutes, but was inadvertently left out, was it the redacted version that was supposed to be put in there, or the original version?
That was the original version that was accidentally omitted from the minutes. It wasn't until this drug on, and over the course of several months, I tried to get the email put in the minutes, and I guess someone then took a look at it and decided to have an attorney redact certain portions of the email. So that's why this is still going on from July.
From July.
So currently on the table is Jada's motion to put the email in the original way it was supposed to be put in before it was left out.
Yes.
Okay,
And
just to clarify.
I've served on a lot of public bodies, I've reported to public bodies, and again, generally minutes reflect the presentations and the discussion at hand. We need to think carefully about adding multiple emails and documents that happened outside the meeting.
And Dr. Powers, I agree with what you're saying, and I heard what Dr. Guyton said about our employee being Dr. Little, and that's who we should talk about, and then everyone else is his employee. I think where I'm getting stuck is that this should have been included, and it was left out.
Well, and I'll clarify on that, because at the time, we were trying to figure out how to navigate this, because this is a request that we've never had before, and
We've never included emails in minutes.
And I'll tell you, my full intention was to put the email in and then figure it out. Do we go back and amend it and redact it? And when we voted that night, I thought it was included. For 3 days, I thought that email was a part of what we included. I found out on that Thursday afternoon that it was not part of that. And that's when we started the process of figuring out, all right, we don't have to go back and fix it. Maybe we can fix it before we put it in. And so and I'm being completely transparent about how this happened.
And you've shared that.
I mean, it really was, because I read this law as saying, we have no choice, we have to put it in. She requested it, we've got to comply. But we do have other laws and other requirements on us as a public body that I think we have to consider, like the privacy and the reputation of our employees. And so I was committed to trying to do the right thing by putting the email in, but also do the right thing by trying to fix maybe some things that, and I wasn't sure how we were going to do that. And so then when we realized when I found out that it had not been included, that's when we started the ball rolling of trying to figure out, well, what can we do to make sure that what we put in the minutes is truly appropriate for us to enshrine forever in the records of this body. So that's how we've gotten to this point. I think we have an obligation to staff members that, to me, it could, there might be staff out there that's listening to this, and if for some reason there's ever an email about them and a board member says something critical about them, I say something critical about one of my kids' teachers, and then that gets somebody requests to put that in the minutes. Well, I don't think that that's appropriate, because that teacher doesn't work for me. And so, I mean, and that's a hypothetical, but I just think we need to think about everything we do sets a precedent for the future. And so I'm just trying to be very, very cautious that we are within the law taking great care with our employees, or with Dr. Little's employees.
So to follow up to that, it's very clear why the statute is written the way it is. This is an example of why the statute allows board members to put anything in the minutes. I want to include something in the minutes, but other members of the board may not want me to. My right to do this would disappear if not for the statute. And that's why the Attorney General is clear when he says, if a public body finds an exemption applies and elects not to close, well, that's the wrong one, separate and exempt, but he says, may a public body impose reasonable limitations, y'all asked this, on a member's ability to request inclusions or additions to the minutes based on FOIA and or policy. And he says the language is clear. You know, South Carolina Supreme Court has held that when the meaning of a statute is clear on its face, then the rules of statutory interpretation are not needed. The words of the statute must be given their plain and ordinary meaning without resorting to subtle or forced construction to limit or expand the statute's operation. So he's saying you might not like what I want to put in the minutes. You might think that the Manhattan phone book is silly, but at the end of the day, I have that right. And unless you can claim a personal privacy exemption, which does not exist here, under FOIA, then you can't keep something out of the minutes. I mean, you could vote to keep it out of the minutes, but in my opinion, I'm not an attorney, but in my opinion, that would be a violation of FOIA.
So Jada, I'm just asking you this question because I think where I'm struggling with this is that it should have been included. We should be months and months past this. It shouldn't have even been a blip on the radar, but here we are. And a lot of things sometimes that we do sets precedents for the future. So I think the one area that I'm just a little cautious about is where do we draw the line? So if Mr. Oswald wants to include something about a senior staff member or emails, communications regarding something going on with them, and we say no, he can say, but we put Jada's in there. Do you see what I'm saying? So like,
You could argue that, and then you could get another Attorney General's opinion. They're going to tell you the same thing, that unless there's an exemption under FOIA that allows certain information to be redacted, then as a board member, you don't have that right to withhold that board member's request to put something in the minutes. I mean, I don't know if y'all have looked at other board members' minutes in other districts, but in a neighboring district, I mean, they have a stamp. They have so many things that go in their minutes every month. I mean, they have board members that come back and handwrite notes about, here's what I hate that the way I said something in the meeting was interpreted this way. Here's how I meant for it to be interpreted. So it's enshrined forever. Or, I mean, one of them.
oh, well, I think that's great because that would be like me saying, I think what I said was interpreted incorrectly.
Right. There's a page of the dictionary in there, and there's tons of emails between staff and board in there. Yeah.
And you're right. It should have been a blip on the screen. This is one email. We've been talking about it since June. And at the end of the day, not a single thing that we have said in the last 40 minutes does anything for students or staff. Not a single thing. Nothing. And so, is there a motion to amend Jada's original motion? All right. Then we will vote on. Jada, would you please state your motion one more time?
Yes. Per policy BCBH that states minutes will include supporting materials where such information serves to clarify matters on which action is considered or taken, and because the approved minutes reflect that Jada Garris's email to the board was included, I make a motion to amend the minutes of the July 20th, 2021 board meeting to include Jada Garris's email to the board as requested during the July 20th, 2021 meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Garris. And at the time, Dr. Guyton was the second. And so I think we've had a lot of discussion on this. Is there any more? No? All right. And as a reminder, we'll just All in favor of including the email in the minutes from the July 20th meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed?
I
And the-
oppose.
All right. No, it's 3-2. The motion carries. All right, moving on. Do I hear a motion to approve 2 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 2 certified recommendations for 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Is there any discussion? I'd like Ms. Price to give us a quick update on how good things are.
Well, we would always love to have more wonderful employees join us. So we do have a recruitment fair coming up this Saturday. It will be a virtual recruitment fair. So any friends or family you know that are interested in being a part of our team and coming to teach with us here in Lexington One, we would love to have them to be a part of that. We are actively recruiting for 22-23 and hope to get the best and brightest here to join our team.
Thank you. Anyone with any questions about? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. There are no administrative recommendations for this evening. Do I hear a motion for the board to accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the newly hired support staff as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Powers. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And there were no recommendations for the 2022-2023 school year. And we did not receive any legal advice during executive session. And so no action is necessary. All right. It has been almost 2 years, but we are excited to return to holding honors and achievements recognition in our board meetings. I know that I'm not the only one that missed celebrating the successes of our students, employees, and schools. Tonight's honorees include 3 students who took the top spot at various sports competitions. We will also begin a new portion of honors and achievements tonight, spotlighting one of our amazing schools. We feature all of tonight's honorees in our Proof Positive newsletter. That newsletter is on the table as you came in the door. If you did not pick one up when you signed in tonight, please do so on your way out. It's a great keepsake to take to your families and for your honorees' scrapbooks. In fact, you're welcome to take an extra copy home for any family members who could not be here tonight. We do ask that you stay until we are finished recognizing all of tonight's award recipients, as each award winner deserves our undivided attention. In order to accommodate our youngest honorees and their families, once we finish, we will give you a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the evening, but you are welcome to stay. Dr. Little, will you please step down and help us recognize our award winners? Honorees, when you hear your names, please come and stand with Dr. Little as we tell the audience all about you and your achievements. All right, skeet shooting champions. Our first award goes to an individual who is one sharpshooter. Over the last year, White Knoll Middle School 8th grader Ella Gudati has placed at the state, regional, and national level for skeet shooting. Ella could not be here tonight, but we wanted to honor her and her achievements. In May, this sharpshooter earned the title of Ladies Intermediate Entry Highest Level Overall Shooter for South Carolina, combining state scores for skeet, trap, and sporting clays. This win allowed Ella to participate in the Southeastern Scholastic Clay Target Program Regionals in Savannah, Georgia, where she earned the title of Regional Skeet Champion, Runner-Up Trap Champion, and Second Runner-Up Super Sporting Clays Champion. Ella recently attended the SCTP National Championship and claimed several titles, including National Champion Super Sporting Clays, Second runner-up for skeet, and doubles track. Congratulations, Ella. For our next award, we put on our swim caps to honor a state champion. River Bluff High's Matthew Swain recently won the state title in the 100-meter breaststroke at the state competition that took place in North Charleston on October 11th. Matthew has joined a little up front. Matthew is a senior at River Bluff and was also named the River Bluff High School swim team's MVP for the 2021 season, breaking a school record in the breaststroke at the Blue Devil International earlier this season. Matthew also was named a 2021 All-Region swimmer. Great job, Matthew. For our next award, we are moving from the swimming pool to the golf course. Would Lexington High School senior Isabella Rawl please come forward? On October 25th, Isabella earned the first place trophy during the Class 5A girls golf tournament at the Country Club of South Carolina in Florence. Isabella, who is headed to Clemson University, that is not a surprise that she's going to Clemson. Clemson University to play for the Tigers. I don't think she was allowed to go anywhere else, was she? No, okay. Chipped away at the competition to shoot a 7 under par to place first. Isabella has the championship drive. This is the second time she has won the state title. Congratulations, Isabella. For this month's school spotlight, we are honoring Lake Murray Elementary School. Tonight we have Principal Jennifer Stanley and Special Education Teacher Sarah Livingston. Recently, Lake Murray Elementary's inclusive culture earned the school national recognition as a 2021-2022 Special Olympics National Banner Unified Champion School. On Friday, December 10th, the Special Olympics and Hasbro Toys honored LMES students and staff at a special celebration. The school is one of only 5 schools nationwide to receive the distinction. One of only 5 in the nation? That's impressive. During the event, students received gifts from Hasbro for all they do to provide an inclusive learning environment for all students. Let's watch this quick video highlighting the school's achievement.
I love Lake Murray Elementary School. I love being a learner. Lake Murray is a unified champion school.
Ready? Count these.
1, 2, 3.
3, good. Put it with 3.
We have that family culture here where we don't look at people any differently. And I think also focusing on values, just like the national banner, you focus on certain values. We focus on certain values here at Lake Murray. And so when you stop pointing out what makes us different, everyone kind of skips over that and starts to just have fun and be around each other and accept each other.
Mr. helped me write, and Miss Miller helped me to speak, and the walking teacher helped me to show me how to walk, and the other one is Miss Beck, and Consuelo and Miss Raina.
Regular ed students playing with or walking down the hall with students that don't look like them or that are in a different type of learning environment, it's very heartwarming. And that's when you see that all the work that you do that you feel like sometimes is not known or seen as much, you're like, you know what, this is why we do what we do. It's for these kids to be given an opportunity just like everyone else.
Being a national unified champion school means so much to me as a principal because what it represents is the heart that our school has. It represents our culture, it represents our community, it represents our staff, students, and teachers. So having this award is probably one of the greatest awards we will ever achieve. All you need is love. Love.
It's just different here. I think back to Dr. Little saying all means all. And it really is a district of love and acceptance.
The one great thing about our school and winning this award is that it's about how we bring each other together. Our children are learning at a very young age that just because you might look different or learn different, that at the end of the day, we all have the same heart.
They make me happy when they help me. I love Lake Maury.
Did you know that in addition to Lake Murray Elementary, the district is also home to 2 more Special Olympics Unified Champion schools, Satsgatha Elementary and White Knoll High School? Only 69 schools across the U.S. received this designation. Congratulations to Lake Murray Elementary. Mrs. Stanley, we look forward to hearing more about your awesome school, and I believe you're going to say something to us.
I just wanted to thank the board for allowing us the opportunity to come in tonight and celebrate the true purpose of why we're all here, which is for the kids. Our school, just like all the schools in our district, meet our kids exactly where they are and give them their personal best each and every day. And I'm very honored to be, our school to be recognized this, but it also goes out to every single school in our entire district. We have so much to be proud of, and this is a small snippet of that, so thank you.
All right. Lexington District One joins school districts throughout the state and nation this month to celebrate School Board Recognition Month. The theme, Celebrating Local Leaders, reminds us all to celebrate the unique role school boards play in championing and advocating for quality education and the ownership they take for governing their local public schools. As the elected representatives of the people in their local communities, we represent our local community's voice and vision for public schools. As a part of School Board Recognition Month, we participated in an official signing of the South Carolina School Board member ethical principles earlier tonight. By signing the principles, we as Lexington District 1 School Board members publicly vowed to uphold effective governance principles and pledge to improve public education in our community. Thank you for taking the time tonight to help us recognize the many honors and achievements of our students and staff, and the many generous contributions of our local businesses and community. We love sharing our good news with you. Now, just as I promised, you are welcome to stay for the remainder of the meeting. However, if you would like to leave, we will give you a quick, quiet moment to do that right now. All right, we are moving on to 9.0, which is citizens' participation. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens' participation period during board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent or legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs, or other matters. You may not speak about specific individuals, whether they are students or staff. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each of you by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts you would like the board to review, please give them to Ms. Halliday in the back of the room and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out. to indicate you wanted to speak. That card asks for your name, address, and other information. However, we will read out only your name, the town you reside in, and the name of the schools your children attend when it is your turn to speak. If you are unable to attend this evening or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Of course, the way the mail is going, we'll get it in April. And our contact information is available on the Lexington One website. We welcome all messages. All right. First, we have Miss Debbie Myers, and Miss Myers lives in Lexington, and I believe that she has a granddaughter in one of our schools?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Taxpayer. G.K. Chesterton once said, "America is the only nation founded upon a creed. That creed is defined as having two components, that we as a nation believe a God who created the universe, that our rights come from him, and that government's primary duty is to protect those God-given rights, not to undermine them. The rights of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, freedom of speech, thought, religion, assembly, the right of self-determination. These tenets have been under assault for decades. Having observed governing boards, this one included over 30 years or so, I've watched while they wrestled away rights and responsibilities that were never theirs to possess. While many, as agents of the state, continue to tear down or make obsolete the tenets upon which our nation was founded, I am here to state a biblical truth. You answer to a higher authority and will one day be held account by God for all your actions. I would take this seriously if I were in your position of authority. I'm here out of concern. If I didn't care about you, I would not be here tonight." James 4:6 says, "God sets himself against the proud and haughty, but gives grace to those who are humble enough to receive it." Over the past 20 months or so, the handling of this man-made global crisis has been both stunning and revealing. It was evident to me as a student of education shift, that this situation and the actions that followed had very little to do with the virus and everything to do with exerting control over those who are in your charge. I am painfully aware of how many people have died, thousands of them, at the hands of malfeasant government or health entities. That's not disputable. The truth is readily found, and I believe you all should know the truth of the matter as we complete year 2 of this insanity. I've come to speak to those of you who claim the name of Christ, those in this room and those who are watching online. At what point did we, as followers of Christ, decide that the worst thing that could happen to us is to become ill or even die? Scripture is clear on this matter. Philippians 1:21, "For me to live is Christ, and to die is gain." We all are going to die. It's inevitable. What we do while we live is what will matter in the end. Should we, as people of faith, be fomenting fear or sharing hope? Should we be continuing a narrative that's based on shifting science, perpetuating falsehood, or should we speak truth and life? I speak life. I believe in the creator of the universe as our founders did. I will stand before him knowing I've done and said what I believe he has called me to do and to say. Many have suffered because of the heavy-handed tactics of governmental entities. Will you be the ones to put an end to this, or will you continue? Incentives to promote falsehoods are massive, and they've driven much of what's taken place over the last 2 years. Will this district continue to do what's required in order to keep the money flowing? Probably so. Or will we replace the calls for face coverings with encouragement to go outside, breathe fresh air, and exercise? Stop pushing for injections of an experimental drug and instead encourage a healthy diet and nutrition. Isaiah 48 warns that there is no ultimate peace for the wicked, the stiff-necked, obstinate evildoer. As you sit unresponsive to my concerns by design, that chapter of the Bible may be considered a call to repentance or at the least to self-examination. Let's now speak to the mitigation measures set in place over the past 2 years. Scripture speaks to it.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
My friend will
Appreciate it.
continue that. Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Fagan, and Ms. Fagan lives in Lexington.
James 5:14 asks, "Is anyone among you sick? Then he must call for the elders of the church, and they are to pray over him, anointing him with the oil in the name of the Lord." I do not see the words mask up or isolate, social distance in that, do you? Jesus healed lepers, cast out demons, and made righteous the sinner. That includes me. That is why I'm pleading with you. Stop what you're doing. Repent for the actions that have caused fear and panic. Turn away from them. It is not too late to do the right thing. 1 John 1:9 says, "If we confess our sins, he is faithful and righteous and will forgive us of our sins and cleanse us from all of our unrighteousness." This is the greatest promise ever made to humankind. To those who do not claim to the knowledge of the Lord Jesus Christ, I now plead with you. Choose this day to put aside your wicked ways of this decaying world. Turn to one who can save from the eternity of separation from God. John 3:16-17 says, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, so that everyone who believes in him will not perish, but have eternal life. For God did not send his son into the world to judge the world, but so that the world might be saved by him." We recently celebrated Christmas, Christ's birth, also known as the Incarnation. He came as a helpless baby 2,000 years ago. However, when he returns, he will return as a conquering king. But first, he will call up those of us who have anxiously awaited so long for his appearance. We pesky, truth-seeking Jesus followers will be gone from this earth, and chaos will truly begin. I sincerely hope and pray that you will not be among those who are left to scoff this truth, that you will not be left behind. Examine your hearts regarding the authority you have been granted, and whether it has been utilized for good or ill. Has every opportunity to be respectful and loving been used in this manner? Let's examine our own hearts using the Word of God as a guide, because God is the one who knows what our hearts better than we know ourselves, and his Word speaks for itself. We're merely willing vessels for his use. I hope you can hear my heart in this. Dietrich Bonhoeffer said, "Silence is the fact of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. I'm not calling you evil. I'm calling the spirit and agenda behind this worldwide chaos evil. God is not the author of confession and chaos. Satan is. John 10:10 says that the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they would have life, and have it abundantly. We have seen the enemy's handiwork, gender confusion, enmity between ethnicities, destruction of marriages and families, death and destruction, corruption and confusion are rampant. Will you step up and speak for what is right, or will you stand by and allow this to continue? Now is the time to choose. I believe the Lord may be speaking to some of you right now by the power of the Holy Spirit as you hear these words. Please do not turn away from this. Accept him now. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Please enter this document in its entirety into the permanent record for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fagan. Next, we have Ms. Danielle Bowers. Ms. Bowers lives in Lexington and has students at Lake Murray, Beechwood, and LHS.
Almost 2 weeks ago, my 7th grade son was quarantined for being in close contact with a team member on his basketball team. The principal would not and could not provide any proof of this. It was just because she said so. This meant that my son, including 8 incredibly healthy boys, could not play in their basketball game until the quarantine time limit was up or where they were tested and would wear masks. But we went to the game that night anyways to see the kids that were vaccinated were allowed to play. They had to wear masks, which running up and down the court, we all know that could be severely not good as you're trying to exert yourself that much. But ironically enough, those young men that were wearing the masks had them on their chins, some barely on their mouths. Some of these young men were students of administrators and teachers. I have video and photo proof of this. Let's keep in mind also that the boy who tested positive for COVID was fully vaccinated. When this all started, I received a call from the principal. They said they would keep my son in isolation all day if I did not come pick him up. My child has 2 diagnosed learning disabilities, and you as a district and your guidelines and protocol were willing to leave him in a room all by himself with a computer and say, you do it. This is failing our kids. Online learning is a joke for the most part. I then received an email stating that if I brought my healthy child back to school, the same thing would happen. He would be left alone by himself in a room. That's right, a healthy child with no symptoms, 2 learning disabilities would continue to be segregated and discriminated against, even though there was 0 proof that he had actually had close contact with the student in question. Does this seem like fairness and equality? I think about, as you were just speaking about, are we willing to do what's right in the matter, or are we willing to follow the law? We're asking you to do what's right in this matter. It's convenience-based is what you're asking when you were discussing Ms. Garris's opinion. You can tell me all day it's because the laws you have to follow, but we all know that it's because of money. We pick and choose how it feels and what we want to do. We know the PCR test isn't accurate, that virus and that stuff can stay in your body. It's been said. Everybody knows it. Why are we telling students in order to come back, to be healthy and to learn, you have to take a test that we know is not accurate? It will fail. When the CDC director was asked about this, she said, it really has a lot, why they changed the guidelines, it really has a lot to do with what we thought people would be able to tolerate. So not science, just what level of tyranny are you willing to accept? That's where we're at with the school board and the superintendent. We're done accepting tyranny. We're done quarantining over cold symptoms. This is ridiculous. I have a kindergartner. She's afraid to go to school and cough or sneeze. She's not even sick, but she's afraid to go to school and cough or sneeze because an adult will send her home to just be there because she can't be at school with her friends and learn and love her teacher. This is ridiculous. Concentrated power has always been the enemy of liberty, and this is what we're seeing.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. Next, we have Lorraine Robbins. Ms. Robbins lives in Lexington and has students, or a granddaughter that goes to Saxe-Gotha.
Good afternoon. I'm here on the behalf of Madison Elise Johnson. She's a student at Saxe-Gotha Elementary. She's a kindergarten. She was put out of school due to she was in the presence of another child that was positive with the COVID-19, and she was put out for that reason. But I just feel that it's very unfair when the teacher's supposed to be supervising the students. They little children, they don't understand. And the teacher's supposed to be supervising them, keeping them 6 feet apart. They don't know what 6 feet is. So if they're not instructed, move back or get over against the wall, they're gonna continue doing what they do. So I just feel that it's very unfair to do a child like that, put them out of school, and the child that's positive have contaminated the whole class. And you're gonna put a few kids out. I feel that you should put the entire class out until it's deeply clean, because the germ is still in the room, the walls, the doors, the desks. Everything is contaminated. And I feel that another child coming behind that contaminated child, they getting contaminated too, because the germs are still living on the surface. So that's my point of view tonight, because I feel that the germs just keep going. If we don't have nobody to deep clean or to eliminate the germ, it's still there, even when they go to the bathroom. First thing they're gonna touch is the door, being a child, because they just figure they're trying to get in and get out. And then the next thing, they're gonna use the bathroom. They're not even gonna wipe the toilet off. They're a kid, they're just gonna sit on it. And then they're gonna touch the flusher. So that's contaminated. Everything contaminated. So I just feel that it just keep going on and on and on. And I feel that it's very unfair to put the little kids out of school like that when they there to be supervised by the teacher, and they're gonna put some out and don't put the whole class out until it's clean.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. Next, we have Ms. Catherine Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds lives in Lexington, and I believe her students are homeschooled this year.
Yes, I'm a taxpayer. So I come again tonight to offer again to support to teachers, support to parents, grandparents, and also to support the bus drivers. You know, it's scary. You know, here we are, we depend on these bus drivers every single day, you know, to get our kids safely from school to home, from home to school, all of that, right? And there's people out there that could care less about what happens to those kids while they're driving right past that stop sign that says, you know, for the kids to get on and off the bus, okay? That, to me, is scary, because if these children are getting on the buses and they're trying to cross the street and some guy decides to, or some girl, excuse me, decides to go ahead and just keep driving, what kind of consequence happens to those people? Nothing. Why? Because the school buses don't have cameras. If y'all had cameras in the front to monitor these cars that decide to continually go past and put these children at safety at risk, that would eliminate so much of that, I think. Second thing is these bus drivers, I've heard of instances, believe me, I've heard of instances of them being attacked. What are you doing to help these bus drivers? They need cameras inside as well. I believe that these children, yes, they could be stressed out. There's so many theories of why these children are stressed out right now. Socially, emotionally, these children are at the brink. These parents are at a brink, okay? So here you are. We have one bus driver having all these students. Something happens on those buses. You guys have no evidence. You guys have nothing because most of the buses don't have any kind of monitoring system like that. These children are at risk. My children's safety is 100%, whether that is going on the bus to school, coming, or even in my own vehicle. You guys need to put more emphasis on helping out these bus drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Ms. Stephanie Berquist, and she lives in Lexington.
I just wanted everybody to look at me. I was curious how long that would take. So today is exhausting, let's be honest. I had lunch recently with a board member, and it's probably not who you might think. And I was asked if I ever came and said anything nice. And I said no. And my response to that was, does the board ever in turn say to the parents, we hear you, we feel your pain, we see the damage, we are here for you? And the response was no. And I said, that's okay, you know, and it's a two-way street. And so the reason I took last meeting off was because I needed to think about how I was going to approach everybody. And the bottom line, after praying about it, is we're at war. Literal war. And so I'm going to start changing this up a little bit because nobody much listens here, but I'm going to talk to the thousands of parents that we can all see on the YouTube clicker at home that watch this. So this is for all of you who are going to listen. What do we do? How do we change this? Okay. This particular meeting brought up an instance where this person said, you're not going to scare the board when you say you're coming for their seats. And I said, oh no, that is not my intent. That is me being upfront with what's going to happen next year. That's a promise. So parents, what do? Okay, we have a board member now currently supporting a state superintendent candidate running as a Republican who has voted over and over and over again for mask mandates. That's Kathy Manish, who is the town of Lexington. For those of you watching at home who don't know, she's running for state superintendent. If you want masks, if you want mandates, if you want vaccine mandates, if you want complete tyranny in your schools, vote for her. If you don't, pay attention to what we have to say. We have a board member that's going to be running candidacy for next year. His name is Aaron Grenade. You want change? You want somebody to stand for you parents? You want somebody to stand for what we believe in, parental autonomy? Pay attention. Vote for Aaron. There'll be 2 more candidates coming soon. Don't worry. So again, my intent here is changing. Okay, why don't I have anything nice to say? There's no time for pleasantries in war. There's just not. And I agree with what Kyle Guyton said many weeks ago, where he said, the thing I hate about COVID the most was what it's done to our community. And that was something I did agree with. It has torn people apart, and that's because we're at war. And I simply refuse to compromise my family's well-being for money. My last note, following somebody else, is for you parents watching. If you don't know why this is happening, research ESSER funds. Our kids have been sold for $27 million to Lexington One only, okay? So I'm here for change, and we're gonna change it up a little bit. Thank y'all.
Next, we have Ms. Sarah Mail. Is it Mail? Did I get that right? Did I pronounce that right?
Hi, it's Maylee.
Maylee,
But I go by
I
both.
apologize, Maylee. And
No.
Miss Maylee lives in Lexington and has students that attend Midway and Meadow Glen Middle.
Great. Well, I'm specifically talking tonight about the rezoning to Lakeside Middle. But first and foremost, I want to thank you for all that you do to support this amazing school district and that I'm very grateful to live in. So I have 3 kids in the French immersion program, a 6th grader at Meadow Glen, and then I have 4th and 2nd graders at Midway. My goal here today is to share with you that I support the current proposal of French immersion switching from Meadow Glen Middle School to Lakeside Middle School, specifically and especially for the current class of the 6th graders that are at Meadow Glen right now. Many families and I were excited for this decision as it allows us to be in district, have access to school transportation, and allow my kids to be in the same school as their friends in the neighborhood. Understandably so, this is not what some other families would prefer. In common with change, those that oppose the change voice their concerns quickly and loudly. I want to share with you that there are many, many families pleased and supportive of the current proposal to move French immersion to Lakeside. The swaying factor for me and for the families that currently have a 6th grader at Meadow Glen and a younger sibling in 4th grade, both in French immersion, is the current proposal will have them both at Lakeside Middle when they are in 8th and 6th grade. If the district chooses to allow the grandfather exception that leaves the current French immersion 6th grade class at Meadow Glen to finish at Meadow Glen, then in order to stay in French immersion, my family will have 2 middle schoolers at 2 different middle schools. This will be a significant transportation hardship that my family would have to navigate. So in summary, I support the current proposal of French immersion, including the current 6th grade class that's at Meadow Glen, to switch to Lakeside next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maley. And next we have Kimberly Reen. Is it Reen? Reen? And Ms. Reen lives in Lexington and has a student at Meadow Glen Middle.
So I'm new to this and I did not prepare anything to read. But again, thank you so much. We're very lucky to live in this district and we love it. I'm also in favor of the switch of the immersion moving to Lakeside. My son actually considered dropping out of the program last year to attend Lexington for transportation issues. And Madam Scott and Madam Bermas and Ms. Locklear begged us to reconsider because he's doing so well. So we're providing transportation for him. I do it for him. And he's very, very excited to go to the school. And again, I know there are a lot of parents fighting the change, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that we were very supportive of the change. We were also zoned for Midway when we moved here, and we started there, and it was taken from us. We got rezoned again. So I've been providing transportation for 5 years, and it's been very challenging. Something that we've committed to do, and that's fine, but we're very excited to have a bus again. Either way, it'll be fine, but I just wanted to thank you and hope for the best.
Thank you, Ms. Reen. Oh, we have young Mr. Reen. And I believe that he is a 6th grader at Meadow Glen Middle School.
So
You're good. You're good, buddy. Tell us what you want us to hear.
I just want to go to Lakeside because I have a lot of neighborhood friends that are going there. It's close to my house and I have a bus. I would have a bus to help my mom out.
And you like the French immersion program?
Yeah, can you say something in French?
I'm good. I want to try out for the football team, and I'm not sure which team to, or we're not sure if I should try out for Medicalin or Lakeside because I'm not sure which school I'm going to yet, and it would be a huge problem if I tried out for the wrong team. So
It's a very practical reason to want to know.
yeah.
Good job. Next, we have Mr. Murray Kynard. Mr. Kynard lives in Lexington and has 3 children that are graduates of our schools.
I want to begin and end the same way, and that's by saying to you board members, Dr. Little, the other staff and administration that are here, thank you. Thank you for leading this district. I am a proud graduate of this district. I have 3 children who are graduates of this district. And I don't lightly say we live in the finest school district in the state of South Carolina. And if it's not the finest, I beg someone to give me 4 that are better. That doesn't put us in the top 5. And folks, it's been that way since I moved here in 1978 as a 9, 10-year-old little boy. All but 4 years that I was in college, 1 year that I went after schooling and another at higher education had been spent right here in Lexington. I lived in this town when there was no McDonald's, no Burger King, no Hardee's. When people say Lexington, there is one word that comes to mind: growth. Maybe the word explosion. People talk about growth happening in phases. Well, folks, it's been happening for 45 years in this community. And let me tell you what the one constant has been in this community. Lexington School District One. Lexington School District One. Gilbert, I tell people, looks a lot more like my Lexington, the Lexington I grew up in, than the Lexington today. Why is that? People are clamoring, demanding to come to this district. Why? Because we're the best. And you know what? This board makes decisions, this administration makes decisions. Had 3 kids that come through, and guess what? I don't agree with every one of them. But guess what? That's okay. But what I am here to say is that, you know what? We're getting something done right. We may not make, and I say we, I'm not part of the we. You all may not make the best decisions in every situation. You may make decisions that anger me or make me mad. But you know what? At the end of the day, we are who we are. And that's the best. And I want to end this the way I began it, by saying to each one of you individual board members, thank you. To saying to Dr. Little, who I don't know personally, thank you. Saying to the administration and the staff that are seated around the room, any parents, any teachers, staff that may be watching at home, thank you. Thank you for making this a place that everyone wants to come to. We wonder why real estate prices are skyrocketing. It's been going on here for 40 years, folks. It isn't a new phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kynard. Next, we have Holly Waldrop. Ms. Waldrop lives in Lexington and has students at Midway and Meadowland Middle.
Good evening, everyone. Like you said, my name is Holly Waldrop, and I have a 6th grader who is in the French Immersion program at Meadowland Middle currently. We are very thankful to be a part of the French Immersion program and to know that French Immersion will be taught either at Lakeside Middle or Meadowland Middle. Both are great schools with excellent administrators, educators, and expeditionary learning practices. I am here tonight to voice my support of the district's plan to rezone the French Immersion program from Meadowland Middle to Lakeside Middle, including the rising 7th grade immersion class. By this, I mean the kids who are 6th graders right now. Prior to this proposed rezoning, more than half, about 60%, of the students in our current 6th grade immersion class are not zoned for Meadowland Middle, where French immersion is currently taught. According to the district's proposed rezoning, more than 80%, a significant majority of these immersion students will be able to attend Lakeside Middle in zone, allowing this majority to stay in French immersion, have access to district transportation, and to attend school with other students in their neighborhoods. Many families, including mine, in this French immersion class, who are currently out of zone attending Meadow Glen Middle, we were in zone when we started the program in 2015. As a result of a previous rezoning, we were moved out of zone and had to choose. We had to stay in the program or to go to school out of zone. The district's current proposed plan not only brings all of these affected families back into zone, but allows for a larger percentage than ever before of this French immersion class to be both in French immersion and attend the school that they are zoned. This is great news. In addition, I don't agree with using the survey to allow one group of immersion parents to vote another group of immersion parents out of zone using the grandfather clause. Zoning is a decision that the district should make based on community statistics and thoughtful research. The district's current proposal seems like a logical and well thought out plan, and I and many others support you moving forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waldrop. Next, we have Ms. Katie McCown. Ms. McCown lives in Lexington and has students at Midway, Meadow Glen, and River Bluff.
I would like to focus my attention to the parents that might be listening in tonight. I listened to a very important podcast with Dr. Robert Malone, who developed the mRNA technology for the vaccine experiment and is now speaking against it based on the data collected over the last 2 years. He says, and I quote, "In talking about what's happening to our children, in particular, the psychological damage of these lockdowns or quarantines, the mask use, the school policies, the bullying of children who are vaxxed, the psychological damage is huge. We're having a worldwide epidemic of suicide in children. We're having a huge surge of drug abuse in adolescents. We're having demonstrative drops in IQ and fundamental developmental milestones in very young children. Children have to see faces to learn how to speak and interact socially. We're raising a generation of children that have been blocked from their ability for their brains to assimilate the information necessary for them to become functional citizens. And parents, we are destroying it without a second thought, and the damage is going to last for generations. As if that's not bad enough, we're allowing the state to insert itself into the family and make decisions by mandating vaccination experiments. We're setting up a situation where children are going to see peers who have been vaccine damaged as a consequence of policies that their administrators and their government forced on them." End of quote. To put it into perspective, our Lexington One School District was offered 3 payments in ESSER funds from the federal government. Free money, you might think, but we always know there is a catch with government money. They say, if you want this money, then you must follow our rules. Rules include things like contact tracing, strict quarantine guidelines, lots of reporting to the government, mask wearing, lots of testing, etc. This is why our kids have suffered. This is why they are so behind, and this is why there is so much learning loss. Our district sold our children and their right to a good education in 3 payments for $42,416,736. I say give it back. Our superintendent and his buddy Jeff Salters, our CEO and COO,
Ms. McCown.
love to talk about how transparent our district is. But I bet none of you can tell me where this money has gone or is going. Since this board is unwilling or unable to make changes we need in response to quarantine guidelines, because to some of you, our superintendent is our knight in shining armor, who can do no wrong, I implore parents to get more involved, follow the money, and in November, please vote for the people that will stand up for your children and not bow down to government money.
Next, we have Ms. Summer Adams. Ms. Adams lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington Middle and River Bluff High.
I'm here tonight to plead with you guys to please get rid of the Dhec protocols. They are hurting our children. Last week, my son was quarantined, a healthy student, supposedly in 2 classes, but they couldn't prove it and no one was really sure. Well, I brought my student back to school and said, we're not leaving. He's going to be attending school. He's healthy. When he's sick, I keep him home. And my child was almost about to be able to stay until the principal and I sat there for 2.5 hours and he wasn't sure what to do and he didn't know what protocols were and he had to make phone calls back and forth. He couldn't answer half of my questions, no, 9 out of 10 of my questions. It was very frustrating. A healthy child who was already catching up from actually being sick, not COVID related, and was working on some assignments trying to get them done for the end of the semester. It was so frustrating that he had been studying for a couple of tests that he was supposed to make up that day. And then the principal said, oh, it won't be counted against him. He doesn't have to take it. That is poor education. That is not acceptable. As a parent, I expect my kid to receive instruction. I expect him to do his work and be graded based upon performance. I also expect that he take those tests, not that he just get a free pass. Well, he was given a free pass, and even he was annoyed. He was like, I expected to be tested. So that was very frustrating. Furthermore, before River Bluff locked down last week and was shut down because of, again, Dhec protocols and so many healthy parents and, staff members, teachers, and kids just sitting at home, which they didn't. We all know that we were taking them places with us and celebrating, going on, little day outings because you should never punish healthy people. It's ridiculous. I've talked to many of these people, many parents, many teachers who are frustrated with it. And again, I would say that those ESSER funds should not be accepted or given back, never ever taken again. No one can tell us where the money is. And when I sat with that principal at Lexington Middle School, I said, so what kind of instruction is my son going to be receiving while he's at home? And he said, just email your teachers and they'll post assignments. Unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. I would assume there was some kind of Zoom, one-on-one, something recorded, an alternative. There was nothing. They didn't get back to him. We still don't have responses from teachers. He's now gone back to school today. It was a total fail. I know kids are freaking out. At River Bluff, a lot of them started having a little bit of a panic attack. They were emotional. They didn't want to be locked down again. One kid said, I'm repeating my freshman year again because I cannot do virtual learning. It was really sad to me when my daughter came home and told me about that. Also, the one school that I heard of, there was a child who left suicide notes for his teachers because he was so depressed, not doing well. Kids are constantly anxious and depressed, worrying about being quarantined, and they're healthy. Again, this is just, it's gone too far. If you're really concerned about kids, you need to show it, not just in fun programs and things and essential programs, but show them by letting them be in school. I had more, but that's all I have time for.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Next, we have Rebecca Godfrey. Godfrey lives in Lexington and has students at Midway and River Bluff.
Things we have been told in the last 2 years that we never thought we'd hear from Lexington One School District. We'll be shutting down for 2 weeks. Scratch that. Make it the remainder of the year. Your child cannot enter a building if they are not wearing a mask that is completely covering their vital airways. But don't worry, we'll have breathing breaks. Oh, they're required to sit behind plexiglass too, for the entire day. Incidentally, we can only provide in-school learning for 2 days out of the week for the first 3 months of the new school year. If your child happens to come into contact with someone who tests positive, even though they're asymptomatic, they must stay home for 14 days. If it's someone in the home, make that 24. Once the teachers have a chance to get the vaccine, we can get back to normal. Scratch that. Every child from age 5 on up should get the experimental injection. If they don't, your healthy child will be quarantined with no other explanation than, according to the seating chart, they were a close contact. In order to fully participate in sports in school, your child needs to be double jabbed, and it would be nice if you kept them in a mask. Scratch that. Boosters for everyone eligible. If you don't inject your child 3 times in a matter of 6 to 8 months, backed by absolutely no data, you can be subjected to the dreaded quarantine again. Also, put that mask back on. What do you think this is, 1999? I mean, come on. This is getting out of control. It's time for Lexington One to use common sense and challenge DHEC's ever-changing guidelines. Every educator knows that quarantines are not the answer. Ending contact tracing in quarantines is. This would immediately solve a host of problems. We never have to have 4,000 healthy kids forced home. Because you have not challenged DHEC, kids are getting discriminated against in our schools for not being jabbed. As it stands, there's no limit to the amount of times a healthy, unjabbed, untested kid can be quarantined. Last week, the Lexington Richland 5 board passed a resolution to request that DHEC reevaluate its COVID exclusion rules to limit required quarantines only to kids who are symptomatic and positive, and to remove all quarantine rules based on vax status. They are leading the way. I hope you will join them and do something similar now that we are 700 days into this. I know you would all agree that a one-size-fits-all approach does not work for education. It does not work in the medical field either. So please stop recommending the same medical advice to 28,000 students. These decisions belong within the parent-child and doctor relationship. Forcing a child who has tested negative to wear a mask, which is a medical device, during a high-intensity basketball game without first getting evaluated and cleared by their doctor is abuse and extremely dangerous. It is also insanity. Please get back to focusing on educating our children. The amount of learning loss is mind-boggling. We're talking about hundreds of hours of learning loss for each student. Closing the gap should keep us plenty busy the rest of the school year. Stop wasting your time tracking down how many healthy classmates were within 6 feet of a child who has the equivalent of a common cold. And please step up and end this COVID micromanaging nonsense.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Next, we have Leishan Kim. Ms. Kim? She lives in Lexington and has a student at River Bluff High School.
Thank you for allowing the citizens' participation. After I had been worrying about being quarantined for the whole semester, my sophomore son was quarantined 2 days before the Christmas break because he was exposed by a student who was vaccinated and who was tested positive. I made a request to the principal that he ask a teacher to send me the instructional plan. The response was to check the Schoolology. Schoolology is not the substitute for certified teachers. During those 2 days, I didn't receive a single email from any of his teachers. That is a loss of 2 full-day face-to-face instruction, which attributes to the learning loss. After 1 week of school, the school was shifted to e-learning for 3.5 days. We received an email about the week's learning plan from 2 teachers. We appreciate those 2 teachers. However, no teachers offer instruction on Zoom. E-learning has become self-learning days. During the week, on January 12th, Wednesday, we received an email informing us of our son being exposed the week before. No official quarantine requested because it's virtual already. He was in quarantine already. Our healthy students might be quarantined again. When I asked the principal that if I send my son to school tomorrow, will you or other staff expel him? The answer was that my son is a good student. They cannot put him on a disciplinary action. With that being said, quarantine is equivalent to a suspension, because you only put the kids out of school when they have behavior problem. So the district suspends the face-to-face educational opportunity for healthy kids without vaccination for a longer period of time compared with the vaccinated peers. Yet my child was exposed by the vaccinated one. Please stop this discriminatory act and keep healthy students at school. According to the House Bill 4100 1A69, those e-learning school districts who meet the criteria for e-learning district may use up to 5 e-learning days to allow for the makeup of short-term disruptions to in-person learning and teaching. My son had more than 5 days of e-learning for the whole school year, so the district should not quarantine him or suspend him, in other words, anymore. And by the way, I also made a request for data to the board and the superintendent. As of today, I have not received any of the data. And I want to know how many healthy students quarantined end up being tested positive. What is the total loss of the instructional hours per quarantine students, and what is the total hours of all quarantined students? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Next, we have Ms. Debbie Heim. She lives in Lexington.
It's really wet, and I don't want to get my papers really wet. This is a fun meeting. I agree with you, sir. It's a great district, and I think we can do better. Last March, a financial and procurement audit meeting was held. This is a subcommittee, which means FOIA laws must be followed, like giving proper notice and filling out proper forms. There were 4 people at that meeting. Kathy Henson was a brand new board member, and Kyle Guyton had never done this meeting before. They were relying on the advice of the district office, who has done this a lot. Jeff Salters said media notice was not necessary because he was following the Fiscal Accountability FOIA Guide. In fact, he gave this exact copy to my husband when he went to the district to ask about this. This red tag, this is Jeff Salters' tag, marking the place for posting advance notice.
We can't talk about staff. We can't talk about employees here.
I'm sorry, this was said in a public board meeting. Can we stop the time, please? We've done this before. You can't do that. He said in a public board meeting that he did not have to give media notice. I'm talking about money and a committee. I'm talking about a committee meeting that 2 members of this board sat on. And I have things to say about that, and I really expect you guys to hear it, because it's been 10 months and I've been ignored a lot. I've been ignored about this, and the laws have been broken, and I would just like to explain it for like a final time. Is that a problem?
Again, we typically do not allow personnel issues to be discussed.
This is not a personnel issue. This is a money issue of which the board has jurisdiction. This is a public meeting.
Can you speak to the issue and not the names of the employees? Again,
Yeah,
feel free to reference any of the board members and Dr. Little, but our employees in Lexington One, you need to not reference in your citizens' participation. Speak to the issues at hand.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, can I get a little bit of time back for that?
It was stopped.
You stopped it after I asked you to stop it, after that was going
Just
for a while.
continue.
Okay, where it says that publicly accessible, it must be posted in a publicly accessible location and on the centralized webpage if one exists for this. He said he posted a piece of paper with the meeting information on it inside this building. Our regular board meeting notices are posted at the window so they can be read from the outside. Tracy Halliday, the secretary, showed my husband where it was posted. This is how he described it. Go in the district office, upstairs, down a hallway, through a doorway that looks like you're entering a private office, then to a wall where there's a bulletin board. That is where Mr. Salters posted public notice for a public meeting. Mr. Salters mentions the meeting was not posted online because technically there's no webpage exclusively for noticing meetings like this. Never mind, notices are posted online all the time. This shouldn't be complicated. The rules exist to prevent secret government activity. At the next board meeting, the first thing out of his mouth when he gave this report is that it was a subcommittee, so he knew it should have been noticed legally. Instead, he hid behind this, again, which gets better. The meeting goes into executive session, which means no one from the public can watch it, since the meeting is to choose an accounting firm to do these audits, which is looking at our purchases or records to see if they follow policies and laws. The only people allowed in an executive meeting are other board members, but not all were told the meeting was happening. At a board meeting, the next one, I listened to Jada Garris ask Mr. Salters questions about how the meeting was noticed because even she didn't know it was happening. Something isn't right when public bodies like this are holding meetings in secret from other members. Why wouldn't these 4 people want Jada Garris to know the meeting was happening? As far as I can tell, she has more questions about money than anyone else. A school board sets the budget and should be monitoring the expenses regularly. That is their job. That is their defined job. Time goes on. Recently, my husband made a FOIA request to see copies of the confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements and conflict of interest forms that each of these people were supposed to fill out and sign before looking at the bids, according to this same guide. This is the FOIA. It came back empty, meaning these records don't exist. There are no forms, okay, which is even better because Greg Little absolutely has a conflict of interest, which is why he did not rank the forms. Is the conflict with Burkett, and Burkett? Because that's who the committee selected, and they will be doing our annual comprehensive financial audit and our annual procurement audit for 3 years. Were any laws broken? Did we not notice the meeting publicly, or did we not have proper forms filled out? I mean, somebody's handled $1 billion in this district, $1 billion with a B, said in a public meeting. Okay, somebody else has a conflict of interest. These forms aren't filled out, and these laws exist so secret government activity doesn't occur. It protects public funds and the people charged with overseeing those funds. Okay, this is your job. It's been pointed out several times, and you are responsible for this. What happens now?
Thank you, Ms. Heim. All right, we are moving on to action items under item 10.0. Do I hear a motion to approve 3 student travel requests?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the recommendation of 3 field trip requests. The field trip requests were reviewed and are in compliance with board policy.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Ms. Gaskins, would you like to just give us a brief?
Sure. 2 of these field trips are from Gilbert High School, the other from Lexington High School. They are all within the trips that we are approving right now during high spread, as they are leadership or athletic events, all in March. So I'm hoping that we're in better shape by then anyway. So I'm seeking your approval tonight.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Gaskin. Any discussion, board?
I have some discussion. This is Jada. I'll be recusing myself from this vote. It was on my desk when I got here. I cannot confirm that that's the field trip for my son, so I'm just going to recuse myself to be on the safe side.
Okay, thank you.
Additionally, I will be recusing myself only from the vote of the Gilbert High School request due to a family member who will be attending.
All right. Do we want to separate these into separate votes so that y'all can recuse yourselves accordingly? Can we do that?
Otherwise, you're running out of board members.
Yes. Let me pull this back up. So, Ms. Henson, would you mind making a new motion for the, Ms. Gaskins, make sure, there are 2 Lexington High School and 1 Gilbert High School?
No, 2 Gilbert High School and 1 Lexington
Okay.
High School.
Would you mind making the 2?
We have chorus, HOSA at Gilbert.
And Ms. Garris, your student participates in one of the Gilbert
That's
trips?
correct, the HOSA.
The HOSA? Okay. I guess we'll do these in 3 separate motions. Yes. Do you have both or just the one?
Just the Gilbert High School HOSA.
So both on the Gilbert High School HOSA?
Correct.
Okay, so then we can do that one. Well, yes. They can just. Okay. All right, so they're recused, then we'll just do it all together. Yes, okay. All right, so we have a motion that's been seconded, and we've had some discussion. We have 2 recusals. Ms. Halliday, make sure that that is noted. All right, all in favor of, I don't think we need to, I think we can go with the motion that we've got, because we've got, I think we're good. So I thought that they were on different trips, but since they're the same, we can do them together. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. 4-0. All right. Do I hear a motion to temporarily suspend policy JJIE, Student Drug Testing Program, and JJIER, Administrative Rule, due to COVID-19?
Madam Chair, under the guidance of policy BDH, which gives the board the right to temporarily suspend board policies due to extreme emergencies, I move that the board approve the administration's request to temporarily suspend policy JJIE, Student Drug Testing Program, and JJIER, Administrative Rule, due to COVID-19. The suspension will be in effect until Lexington County COVID spread rate returns to moderate spread.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Powers. Mr. Caldwell, do you want to explain why you're making this request?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Little. You may recall in this past summer, I believe it was July, I asked for a suspension of this policy as we were beginning to see numbers creep back up. And at that time, the request that was granted was a suspension for the first semester. Turns out today is the first day of the second semester, so taking no action, that policy would be reinstated. But we are seeing just absolutely phenomenal community spread. I referenced in the notes that, and at the time that I wrote this a few days ago, we had increased over 1,400% since the day we left for winter break. That number has actually grown even more. It's over 1,600% now, from a 290 mark before the break to over 5,000 today. And because of the inherent nature of how we test the students in mass with swabs and the safety risks that would incur, along with the actual physical ability to do it when we're dealing with such high spread numbers, we are requesting that we have that policy suspended again, and this time until we are back in moderate spread.
Because I think the intention for us is to reinstate this semester is what we're hoping for.
Well, it is, if projections follow what we think they will, then hopefully this horrific spread will peak and then begin to go back down. And if it goes back down at a fairly significant rate, which we hope it will since it grew in such a significant rate, then we could very easily be back in moderate spread early spring, absolutely, before this school year's out.
So when we get back to moderate spread, I know like with the schools, you guys said 2 weeks of being in moderate spread before we do something. Is there a time limit with that, or?
Well, so we don't have to go back and forth between moderate and high. We have imposed a 2-week stay. So once we get to a particular level, then we would make sure that, because we don't want to start at one day only to have to stop at the next. So when we feel we're secure in moderate spread, we would continue with the drug testing, and that has been a 2-week window, yes.
And I apologize, I wasn't here in July for that meeting, but can you briefly just kind of tell me what goes into this drug testing? Is this like a, how involved is it? Like, what does it look like in our schools?
So by policy, we have to test 25% of our student athletes and drivers.
In middle and high school?
That's right, middle and high. Of course, not too many drivers in middle school.
Well, athletes.
That's right.
Yeah.
And at least once a month, typically twice a month, unannounced, we will send a roster that is drawn by the drug testing company. We do not draw the names. And we will say, River Bluff High School, here's your list of 8 kids that you will test today. Those kids will be
8 kids?
Well, I pull that number out. We try to keep it on pace to meet the 25% if we were doing this all year long.
25% in a year?
That's correct.
Okay. Just trying to
When
understand.
whatever the number is, we gather those students, we go and get those students and bring them to the nurse's station, and they are giving a mouth swab. It's not a urine test, it's not a hair follicle test. It is done collectively, so a student has a device that looks similar to a toothbrush.
Okay.
And it's put in the mouth. It is
By the student or the nurse?
By the student.
Okay.
It is then collected into a vial, and there's protocols in place and chains of custody in place and documentation, and then that is sent off to a lab, and then we get the results back, usually that night, if not, then the next day. And so it's a lot of hands-on, it's a lot of students, additional students in our health rooms where potentially 6 students would be, and we're just trying to eliminate that if we could until we get back to a moderate spread.
Thank you.
So this is Jada, Mr. Caldwell. Down here I see it says where this also adds a burden to the nurses at a time we expect contact tracing to again be a significant part of their responsibilities. Are we no longer contracting that out?
We are contracting it out, but it is so massive right now that even with that, we use the nurses for that.
So the nurses are still doing contact tracing in addition to the company we contracted with?
That's right, just in order to keep up with the hundreds and hundreds that we're dealing with right now.
Okay. I would like more than anything to get the nurses some help. I mean, can we not contract with an additional company?
Well, we could certainly, investigate anything that would be at your pleasure. We have gone. This is our second group that we've used, and it's actually run through CDC and Dhec, and we asked for the number that we asked for, and I think we have gotten 11. I may not be exactly right about that number. We could certainly request more, or we could investigate other venues, but of course, or not other venues, but other agencies and things. But there are costs involved in that, and we would certainly hope that we are actually, hopefully, getting very close to a peak, and we can see some relief within the next few weeks is what our hope is. But certainly, if we can always investigate additional help. I'm never opposed to that.
Mr. Caldwell, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the company that we contract with, they handle more or less the administrative side of the contact tracing. They do not possess a physical presence within the schools, and therefore I think that's to your question, the nurses are the ones, and nurses and administrative staff are the ones who are physically
That's right.
going into the rooms, and obviously, anytime those numbers go up, then the job becomes more difficult, more problematic, and so I think that might be some of the pressure the nurses are feeling there as well, is that while they may have lost some of the administrative side of it, they certainly haven't lost the hands-on side of it. Is that correct?
That's right, and the hands-on side of it increases daily.
Thank you. I mean, that was, when I just read that, when I was reading over this before the board meeting, I was thinking, wow, is there any way we can get them any help? But also, I mean, I think drug testing is a deterrent. You know, I have a teenage daughter, and he's still in school. I mean, he thought it was great when he heard that we were no longer drug testing. So I would kind of like, I mean, even if it's, 2% drug test, 2% of our student athletes and student drivers, just so the students know that there's still that little tiny chance that you might be the one that gets pulled today. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Again, I present this as a complete suspension. I will certainly fulfill the wishes of the board. In my opinion, I would like to suspend it until we can do it with fidelity, instead of having to kind of measure what does 2% look like and that sort of thing.
Okay.
But obviously, we will implement this at the board's pleasure.
Thank you.
Board, any other questions? All right, so we have a motion to temporarily suspend policy JJIE, student drug testing program, and JJIER, administrative rule due to COVID-19 until we return to moderate spread. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion that the board replace the June 7th and June 21st, 2022 board meetings with a single meeting on June 14th, 2022?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the board replace the June 7th, June 21st, 2022 board meetings with a single meeting on June 14th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Henson. All right, I'm going to let Ms. McPhail talk us through this one.
Yes, Madam Chair and Board. Administration is requesting that we replace that June 7th and the June 21st meeting with a single meeting on June the 14th. And the reason behind this change is because the South Carolina Association of School Administrators, also known as SCASA, is holding its annual meeting with dates overlapping our regular June 21st meeting, and several members of senior staff would like to attend that SCASA event, so administration is seeking board approval to make that calendar change.
All right. And I think it's important that staff get to participate in professional development and interact with their colleagues, and so I think that's an important request. Well, how will this impact our budget conversations, Mr. Salters? Will we, I know we'll be waiting for the General Assembly at that point in time, probably.
We're always at the mercy of the General Assembly, but it's possible that we will have, final numbers by then. As you recall, last year, we were kind of to the nth hour, and, would have likely had to do a called meeting that last week of June. That's always an option that we face, given the way that General Assembly works.
All right. Board, any other questions for administration about this request?
Ms. Price, you want to talk about the June 7th meeting, because typically that's for you anyway.
That's right, that's right. I did make them put a special caveat in there. We did discuss, of course, we hope that we will have so many names to bring to you for great new employees for 22-23 that if necessary, if we felt like we needed to do that to make sure they had a timely start and timely approval, that we would ask for a special meeting to just do hiring recommendations at that point. But hopefully we'll be able to align okay with that.
All right. Anyone else? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the letter of request to DHEC to alter the COVID quarantine policy?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the letter of request to DHEC to alter the COVID quarantine policy.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. And how this came about, there's been some conversations among board members, and Dr. Guyton and Ms. Henson got together and have prepared a letter that was distributed to the board in our packets for review. And I believe that Ms. Henson and Dr. Guyton are going to kind of introduce this and lead the discussion for us.
Sure. Should we read the letter for? I'll read it and then you can. Okay.
Nope. Wrong one. I'm so sorry, y'all. 2 seconds. I am. I'm so close. Haha, there it is. Okay. Dear DHEC, as the Board of Trustees for Lexington County School District 1, we feel an increasing need to convey our concerns regarding the current quarantine guidelines for close contacts to COVID-19 as stipulated by DHEC exclusionary list and the inevitable impact on the quality of education received by the children of the community we serve. It is our understanding and belief that DHEC and the updated exclusionary list carries the weight of law as stated within South Carolina Code of Laws, Chapter 1, Title 44, and further opened on August 16th, 2021 by the Attorney General's Office of South Carolina as attached. As such, any variation from the guidelines set forth in the DHEC exclusionary list would equate to a violation of South Carolina state law, as well the loss of protection under the COVID Immunity Bill codified into law. Thus, local school districts have no authority or power to deviate from the DHEC exclusionary list. With that said, we therefore feel it incumbent upon us as a board to bring to light the significant impacts of quarantining close contacts and the associated learning loss and seek additional clarity. While we completely agree that very early into the pandemic, there was a necessity to use close contact quarantining as a mitigation strategy to combat the effects of COVID-19. We now question the continued use of this mitigation strategy. We applaud DHEC and the decision to reduce quarantine and isolation mitigation strategies for COVID-19 with the most recent adaptations, but additionally feel that more clarity and potential updating of close contact quarantining is needed. This coming March will be 2 years since COVID-19 began impacting Lexington County School District 1's ability to educate our children in a way that we know is best for the majority of our learners. Our number one job is to teach the students entrusted to us, which is something our amazing district has done for decades. Throughout the last 22 months of this pandemic, our district has strived to comply with DHEC's guidelines. On January 12th, 2022, we had 3,474 students absent from school who were not sick. That is 12.4% of our student population who were not on campus that day. While our district has attempted to continue instruction virtually for our quarantined students, the quality of learning is not the caliber we are able to provide when students are in classrooms with our highly qualified teachers. Students are falling behind academically, which is something that will take years to recover. In addition to the tremendous quantity of work that this has added to our teachers having to teach dual modalities and our staff having to contact trace, your guidelines have put an incredible financial burden on our parents and guardians who are missing work to stay home with their healthy children. In order for us to do our job of educating students, it is important that they attend school in person so that they can continue growing academically, emotionally, and socially. We request that you modify your COVID-19 exclusion rules to only quarantine students who have tested positive, as well as remove quarantine rules that are based on a student's or employee's vaccination status. Sincerely, Board of Trustees, Lexington County School District 1.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. All right. Sir, Dr. Guyton, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. So, I think one thing that has become evident over these past couple of years is that we experience transitions through this, and I think we're at a transition point where, although it doesn't feel like it right now with the current surge, that we begin to have to redirect our thinking in terms of living with COVID, much in the same way that we live with flu, we live with RSV, we live with a lot of the other illnesses that we encounter. And so I think with that, obviously, data is an important part. Although I think my opinion has changed on that a little bit in that I am a scientist myself. I'm a firm believer in science, but I think science without philosophy, science without an appreciation for behavior and those kind of things is missing the mark. And so I think we have to take that into account. I think the behavior that we're seeing is obviously, we've seen the transition with Dhec to label hospital workers as a critical need, and therefore they have reduced that to where there are no quarantining guidelines for close contact. We have recently seen the same adaptations for teachers during times of crisis. My argument would be we are now experiencing the same crisis with our students, and that this is now a measured approach given the status of what we have learned over these past 2 years, and given the fact that this is the only tool we have. I'm a firm believer in lanes. I'm a firm believer in roles and responsibilities. The Dhec exclusionary list is the weight of law. I do have a copy of the Attorney General's opinion that was requested by a couple senators that verified that very thing, that it carries the weight of law. And so we feel that. Teachers feel it, nurses feel it, parents feel it, community feels it, everybody feels it. And so this is the only thing we have at this point is our voice. And so this was a compilation between Ms. Henson and myself to address that very need.
And I was just, so back in I think we were still in winter break, and I was actually talking with Dr. Guyton because we were starting to see cases come up, and there was a lot of conversation about implementing a mask requirement temporarily. And he and I were just talking about options and different things, and whether we wanted to go down the road of bucking against the budget proviso to implement a mask requirement. And I just off the top of my head said, I mean, at this point in time, I'd rather go against the Dhec requirements and fight that battle than go against the mask proviso. And I was so surprised when Dr. Guyton said, well, absolutely, that's what we should do, or I would support that. And then separately, a few weeks later, talking to me, so I was very grateful when Ms. Henson and Dr. Guyton came together on this and brought this letter together, because I think that this is the next step. I think this is what we need to do. So I'm very grateful for this. So.
And Ms. Henson, you want to talk about, we took this to our school nurses, and again, we got feedback from the district office on this.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Powers weighed in, and he suggested just kind of vetting this through our district just to make sure it was really capturing what was going on in our schools through like our nurses and
so it's a collaborative work product of the district and the board.
So, and even our chief communications officer, proofed it for our grammar and punctuation.
Mr. Caldwell, can you talk to just where we are currently quarantine status and what we're finding out in terms of % of those kids who are actually testing positive?
Yes, sir. I will give you an exact number, as exact as this dashboard is. Currently, the quarantine students are 2,147. It was 1802 at 8:30 this morning. It had gone up to 2,064. And the last entry made was, whenever it was made, it was 2,147, and that is as accurate as it is current. So if there's some cases that have not been put into the spreadsheet to make it to the dashboard, I wouldn't know that, but that's probably pretty accurate. I will tell you that our quarantine to positive rate, students who became positive while quarantined, from the beginning of the school year to December, it was 9.3%. Since we've been back from winter break for the past 2 weeks, and we collect these data every Friday, it has gone up. In that 2-week period, the positivity rate was 21.3%. So overall, for the year, we are at 13.2% of students who were quarantined who then became positive while quarantined.
And I think that's an important point, because one of our biggest concerns for a school is the school contributing to the spread within the community? Are we a focus of infection that is endangering the community? And I think we have kind of determined throughout time that that has not been the case, that oftentimes schools have become, do show trends that are less than what we're seeing in the community. And therefore, the contribution of schools to the community spread is less impactful than just the general community. And so I think that's a very important point of consideration. There is an emotional number that exists. We all have an emotional number to where we say, oof, you probably need to do something. Is that 1%? Is it 10%? Is it 50%? I don't know. It's probably different for everyone. But I do think there is an appreciation that, and to Dhec, you know, our willingness to share that information with them so that they can craft better policy that keeps kids in class. I certainly am for all that, and I'm sure, I'm not going to speak for the board. But I think we would certainly be in favor of doing whatever we can to work with Dhec to lessen quarantine.
But, I mean, I think the trade-off that we're making, if Dhec honors our request, is there'll be more instruction, which I think we're all desperate for, but the reality is there'll be more infection at school. So, and that's the trade-off. And again, it's a tough trade-off, and there's no good answers. But I think, I know for me, I'm excited about more instruction. So.
And I would like, this is just something that has, if DHEC grants our request, we need to have assurances that this doesn't affect our safe return to schools plan and the guarantees that we've made to the Department of Education. Dr. Little, do you know what the...
And I guess maybe there should be some clarity there. I don't know if this is an individual request for the district. I think this is a request for DHEC in its entirety, because they possess the power, if you will. Them and ultimately the governor's office possess the power to change or to define what is stated within the DHEC exclusionary list. And so I think that's probably a point of attention.
And I think, I guess you're right that it wouldn't just be us. That we would be very popular here and not very popular around the state with other school districts that would wish they were in our place. But I appreciate you also saying, DHEC is a cabinet agency, and they are underneath the governor directly. And so if you want to bring pressure to bear on DHEC, the governor is your person for that. So any other questions, comments, discussion?
This is Jada. Did you have some?
Well, I was just going to say, in terms of return to school, if they did if DHEC revised their thing, the return to school plan doesn't supersede that. That would be first, and then we would revise all of our stuff based upon their guidance. I mean, because that was that's the foundational document for us to move forward.
Exists by itself.
Correct.
Go ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Okay. I was just going to say, instead of saying Dear DHEC, if we could address this letter to each board member individually and the director of DHEC, so that each person gets a copy of it. And I don't know how you'll feel about sending it to the governor, but as Anne-Marie just mentioned,
I'm glad you mentioned that, because when I was talking to them about the letter last week, I asked that we CC the governor on this. So that needs to be added to the letter. And I agree, and I think that also the signature needs to be each of our names. I think rather than just Board of Trustees, not just under my signature, but I think if we all sign the letter, I think that will speak louder.
Okay, so just clarifying, since this is a working document, we'll change sincerely and then literally list us all. And then I guess
The
we'll,
addressee, the DHEC has a governing board as well.
right, and a director.
And a director.
So we'll need somebody
Yes.
to look up.
Ms. Halliday can do that for us.
Okay. All the directors, the director, all the board, and the governor.
Yes.
And then we'll all sign it.
Is that what you, Ms. Garrett, is that what you
Yes,
were
I just want to
thinking?
make sure it didn't go to just the chair and the director,
Yes.
that each member receives it individually. Yes.
I think our office can assist with gathering those names for Ms. Halliday.
Thanks.
I mean, I feel like if something comes to you in your name, you kind of have to own it. So if you're just at the bottom with the CC, you might just file it. So,
I mean, maybe the one to Dr. Simmer, that's director of DHEC, Ed Simmer, I think, maybe his letter is directed to him and Governor McMaster. Because the letter is written to
DHEC. Right. Yeah, I would say
Good.
either do that, or cover letter to the governor saying, hey,
Yeah.
this is what we sent to DHEC.
Okay.
But yeah,
Either.
director and governor. Okay, so individual board members
In
will
both
get
places,
this
yeah.
letter,
Yeah.
and then the director and governor will be included on a letter together.
that works for me.
Does that
Yep.
sound?
Yep. All right. So, do we want to, since we considered do we have a friendly agreement that this was a work in progress and that the motion on the table
That this is a working
includes the
document?
edits that we just made? Is there
No,
friendly
I
agreement
think-
to that?
I think Kathy needs to read this all again. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can agree
Okay.
to that, yeah.
With the new addressees?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, so we
I don't
have a
know.
motion on the table to approve the letter of request to DHEC and the governor, and the DHEC board to alter the COVID quarantine policy. And the letter that we are considering includes the friendly edits that we just made.
Right, of the addressees and then our names all at the
Yes.
end.
Yes. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Oh, can we have this, we need to sign it. I guess we'll have to come back. Oh, can we print the last page tonight? And then we can sign it tonight, and then y'all can find the addresses tomorrow.
Great idea.
Okay.
All right. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Great work. All right.
Can we have a motion for a 2-minute recess?
I was getting ready to say, is anybody opposed to taking a quick 2-minute recess? Second?
Second that.
Anyone opposed? We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. All righty. We're gonna keep moving on. We've only got 2/3 of the agenda left to go. All right. We are at 11.0, which is the superintendent's report, and so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Little for a little while.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. What I wanted to do was tonight to just take a few minutes to talk about what's happening in our schools in relation to COVID and the impact it's happening on our staff, the impact that it's having on our staff, rather. We'll do another Where We Stand Wednesday tomorrow, but just to give you a little perspective tonight, and I took my numbers down. Mr. Caldwell gave you some other numbers. I took my numbers down at 2 p.m. today was when I checked the dashboard, and at that time, we had more than 500 employees that were out with a COVID-related absence. That number kind of fluctuates, through the afternoon. It'll start gaining actually after 2 p.m. Some employees will come off, and then it'll start the process again the next day. So 2 p.m. kind of finds it right in the middle. It'll probably be more if I check now, but in the morning it'll be maybe a little less. But then it'll start climbing up, and we'll do the whole pattern all over again. We are currently waiting. At that time, we were waiting on 147 test results. But because of the staff shortage we are facing, staff are allowed to stay at work as long as they are asymptomatic and wear a mask. This is certainly helping us keep the doors open, and we're trying to take advantage of that. But even with these new guidelines, we have a number of schools that are still facing staff shortages. 11 schools at that time had 15% or more of their staff out. 10 schools have, that's core staff rather, and then 10 schools have 15% of all staff out. This is important because we've been told to expect a peak. That still might be a week to 14 days away, kind of depending on where it's at. And if our current community spread, and our community spread today topped 5,000, it was 5,094, I think is what the number was, we may still have a tough couple of staffing weeks ahead of us if it's still truly another 2 weeks away before it stops, because what we're experiencing is actually staff being sick and unable to come to work. The long weekend, very helpful. Certainly our faculty numbers coming back, because we had a number of faculty members coming back to work today and tomorrow. That helped. We had a handful of schools that today were really stretched thinly, but they've got reinforcements on the way this week, so we decided to hold on to them as long as we could to make sure they could stay in, and we've done that. Last week, as you know, we had to shift River Bluff for 3.5 days to a virtual learning environment. Monday, we had to shift Centerville Elementary School to a virtual learning environment, and then today, we had to shift Saxagatha Elementary School. They were one of those schools that we were trying to hang on to for another couple days, and there were just too many staff members continued to ask out today because of, not ask out, they would be out because they were sick.
Dr. Little, and just real, sorry to interrupt, but I mean, COVID is having a significant impact, but this is the middle of January. There's all the usual stomach bugs and.
Sure, that's a fair question. So, on a normal day, you never have 100% attendance. I don't know that I ever worked at a school that ever had 100% attendance on any given day. You have people out because their mom's sick. You have people out because they have a child that might have the stomach bug, and they're out taking care of their young child. Flat tire on the way to work. We've had people that went and got snowed in North Carolina this weekend. They had vacation plans, and they've not been able to come back yet. So you've got any number of reasons that the number of staff are coming out, and then you add the fact that the staff are testing positive and are sick. That certainly exacerbates that as well. So what we're trying to do is communicate with our families as early as possible. So far, we've been able, I believe if I'm right when I'm saying this, Ms. McPhail, but we've been able to send out a letter warning a school if it's getting really close, to be very specific about that school and say, hey, just be aware that we've got some numbers that are approaching this, and please make sure you're aware. So we can announce, hey, be ready for your plan, for either inclement weather or COVID. Coincidentally enough, this is the first winter that I've been here that we've actually had winter weather. Even the threat of winter weather, it's not happened for the last 6 years. And so, you need to have a plan. We can talk about that globally, but I think it's something more specific when you get your principal, when Nicole Mitchell emails you and says, hey, listen, this is happening at our school, at ABC School. Let's be prepared. So we've been trying to do that. We're going to continue to do that. I believe the schools, every school that is really in that above 15% right now, most of them have had some type of contact. If it looks like things are getting a little wonky there. I do want to again say, though, that if the peak continues to grow and it gets to 7,000, or somewhere in the ballpark, which is kind of what it might get to if it continues to go up 200 points a day. We're going to continue to try to make school-by-school decisions. That's been our guide. You talked about, I appreciate you answering the evolution of kind of our thinking of this. The first year it was really kind of everybody doing the same thing at once and kind of a one-size-fits-all. And then as we grew to understand what we were looking at, we've been able to make more specific changes. We're not making district-wide decisions. That's not a criticism of people who have made district-wide decisions. That's just not the approach we've decided. If there's a problem at Centerville, we want to do something at Centerville. That doesn't necessarily mean Pillion Elementary School should have to do an action because something happened at Centerville. So that's been the line of reasoning up to this point. I do just want to say, if the peak gets to 7,000, I don't know what impact that will have on the district in terms of staffing. But we're going to continue to do the school-by-school decision and trying to give as much time as possible. I also want to, as we're talking about it, I really want to give kudos to our HR team. Yesterday during a holiday, and she would never say this about herself because, she believes in hard work and it's important to work hard. But yesterday, Ms. Price and her team were working anywhere between 10 and 14 hours. They had 185 phone calls that had to be made yesterday. And these are not phone calls like, hi, who is this? What's your name? Each phone call takes a significant amount of time. We've trained more people to also try to do this, but it's one of those things I compare it to, it's really what happens when I try to help my wife cook in the kitchen, is that sometimes, it's easier for her to do it because she knows how to do it. And it's one of the challenges with this particular, how we're contacting our employees to make sure they're okay to come to work the next day. So a lot of work and a lot of action are taking place on that. And I just want to, I want to say thank you to Mrs. Price, Kimberly Freeman, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but just kind of to your whole team. And Ms. Price, would you like to add anything to that?
Absolutely, I would. I would love to shout out to my team. 185 was just yesterday. That's certainly not the whole weekend. And we are working very fiercely, but we believe adamantly in trying to have those conversations with employees because they have questions and they're sick and they don't feel good and their child's sick and all these things are happening to them. So we want to be that HR team. We're doing the best we can to reach out to those people, make sure we answer their questions, we get them the help they need. If they need testing, that we assist them in getting there, those types of things. So that has kept us very busy. But to Dr. Little's point, there's a lot of ambiguity in the work. I think he quoted some numbers while ago. We're at 539 staff out. To Jeff's point, as of right this second, it changes quite frequently. About 234 of those are staff positives. For example, yesterday, the 185, over half of those were really sick. It wasn't just quarantine or isolating, because we have tried to implement the new rules. We started that today, full force, where teachers could stay home if they were asymptomatic, or could come to work if they were asymptomatic. But a lot of them are really sick. And, they're tired and they're pulling weight. And I'm so proud of our schools and our employees and our administrators and our teachers, because everybody is pitching in. We talked to our principal today, and she said, I just finished taking out the trash. I just dropped off the lunches in another classroom. you know, everybody's doing things that are outside of their realm. Secretaries are subbing. People are just going above and beyond to make it work in schools. And I know they're tired. I know it's impacting the morale and the stamina. And to Dr. Little's point also, there is a point where that has a cost on our people. And so we do have to kind of think about that, especially in these difficult times of recruiting and people leaving. You know, we have to think about how we can support them. But also keeping in mind our duty to students and knowing that it's best for them to be in school, and balancing that instructional piece is always tired and tiring. We know going virtual impacts families, and that makes that difficult as well. So we're trying to make the best decisions possible, balancing a lot of things and supporting our staff. And we just appreciate everybody's support in that and helping us get through that time. So,
Can I ask a question? How is because we're kind of in the throes of it right now, how is the COVID relief, the CRA leave that the board approved back in the fall?
Yep.
Is that holding up? Is it sufficient? Is it helping staff?
So Jeff's team helped me kind of pull that together today to kind of look at that and make sure we were feeling okay about it. To your point, it feels like a lot of people are out. So, you know, how close are they? About 42% of our employees have used CRA in some form or fashion. We have about 2.4% that have exhausted their leave. And about 4% of those who are out were district determined work exposures, but which we don't count as CRA. We just, you know, give them the credit for that. So about 2.4% that are out, but our other 98% still are going strong. And of course, these new rules will help with that some as well.
And so, again, thank you, Mrs. Price, for that. Also, just very quickly, I know Dr. Osmer Smith is in the room tonight. So, Dr. Smith, if you'd like to talk just a little bit about a return to school plan, you brought that up just a question ago. So I want to kind of add to that for just 1 second. I think we have a slide about that.
As we laid out in our plan in the summer that we did present to you back in June, we do have periodic updates that we do throughout the year. Those updates are based on Dhec guidance as well as support from the Department of Education. And what you see on the screen tonight is based on our most recent review. It specifically addresses the elementary school procedures for high community spread, and that's found in the modifying facilities section of our plan. So in the original initial wording of the plan, we specifically talked about how schools in elementary would go to the family model, which you know well from our meetings last year. And that included having small groups of instruction inside the classroom, as well as adjusting how students move throughout the building. We described what it looked like, and we also talked about it happening immediately when high spread occurred. In the new wording on the screen that you see, please note that elementary schools will still leverage those small groups in classrooms. However, we will use a typical instructional model for things like related arts and recess. We will, though, still adjust entry and dismissal procedures at high spread, as well as lunch and breakfast procedures during high spread. Finally, schools will make this shift to the high procedures within 3 days, once the community spread has stayed at high for 3 consecutive days. So the reason why we're doing that is to give schools a chance to adjust procedures, communicate those to staff members, and help children to make the shift. And so we are excited to bring this to you tonight, and I'm certainly available now to answer any questions you may have.
So it's a minor procedure. I mean, there's minor things. I think really the big
change.
difference is about the cafeteria.
Right. So for cafeteria, some schools have very large, because every school's footprint's a little bit different. Some schools have very large cafeterias. Some schools have very small cafeterias. So we did, when we talked with principals about this and got their support on the language, we talked about giving them some flexibility in what that looks like. So for instance, Pleasant Hill Elementary has a very small cafeteria. So they often go to a family model for lunch versus a Meadow Glen Elementary with a much bigger footprint. They may have 1 or 2 classes in there, but spaced apart. That way students, the the family model that you know from before we can keep kids safe during the lunch period, but we can get them out of their classroom more when we can.
Okay, this is Jada, thank you. So is this the safe return
Yes.
plan? Does this have to go through the whole community feedback process before it's submitted again?
So the way the rules are, or the way that we were asked to take these plans and updates, we take them to our advisory groups. That included all three: parent advisory, staff advisory, and teacher advisory. We also took it to the principals of the schools who would be affected. They gave us feedback, and we adjusted wording accordingly.
Okay, and so this is the only change?
This is the only change in our plan.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
So that's the COVID, the COVID impact where we are. Again, just we're going to continue to communicate with our parents, make sure they know when there are things happening that could impact them. Just an aside, I would also encourage everybody to pay attention to the weather forecast on Friday. There may be a chance of bad weather coming in. And again, I think it's important you know what you're going to do when schooling has to change suddenly. We try to give as much time as possible for that, but we'll actually start breaking down those forecasts. We've already had some preliminary decisions on that. So we'll start breaking down those forecasts in more detail tomorrow, kind of where they are, and talk to them through Thursday. Also wanted just to give the board a quick update. We're going to be revising our board visits and how we visit. We're going to be sending that to you kind of in the next week or so. We'd like to get out of the COVID surge first, but be on the lookout. I think this system is going to be better for you. It's going to be better for the schools. The goal really is to be more flexible and agile, so you're able to visit schools when it better suits your schedule. To be a little less formal for both the board and the school and the members of the school staff, and we're going to be but now having said that, there are a couple of things we do that kind of harken back to the old way we do things. We want to put together a tour of Lakeside for you in the coming weeks, and I know Lexington Technology Center has requested perhaps a lunch to have their students cook for you. Their culinary arts students cook for you. If you've never eaten the culinary arts students' food at LTC, it will be a treat. So there'll be, while we're changing the overall thing, there are
Private
a couple
property.
of things. Yep, they all, and a
private
lot of them work
property.
at private property if you ever eaten there. So it's really good. So there'll be some of those kinds of things, but the standard visitation thing, we'll get you all that information out probably in the next week or 10 days. Is that right, Ms. Gaskins? And thank you to Mary Gaskins and to Dr. Clamp for helping us figure that out. So I have more information you very soon. And finally, I just want to say, I want to personally recognize and thank the board. This is Board Appreciation Month. I just want to thank you for all your dedication to our stakeholders. The work you do here, the steadfast guidance that you provide in the community is really a testimony to your passion for the district, and we are very thankful for that. Certainly these last 2 years have created challenges that we've never seen before, and we've come up with solutions that are completely novel, and I just want to thank you all for everything you've done to help make good decisions based upon the staff and students. And so that's my official board presentation. What I would like to do tonight is, so we had an e-learning day last week. Funny is the inclement weather was not actually snow. I mean, all my friends from North Carolina are posting all these pictures. My brother's sending me videos of he and his wife sledding down his hill in his front yard, and it rained. So we actually missed because of some really unsafe wind conditions. It wasn't actually the snow and sleet and those kinds of things. But I'd like for Dr. Rivers to talk about what that shift to an e-learning thing did, because really interesting was that was a tough day to have to shift because we had been on break, and so there wasn't like a day to come back, everybody get ready, and then shift. We called a 2-hour delay that morning just to provide some context because we thought maybe we could get to school that day face-to-face. And then as we continued to meet with the weather people, they said this is still going to continue throughout the morning. So we wanted to make sure So we went ahead and moved it to a whole day. So the fact that that our schools were able to shift, even not just the night before, but actually the morning of. So I'm going to provide that context and turn it over to Dr. Rivers.
Thank you, Dr. Little. Appreciate it. Board members, just want to take a minute, just kind of give you kind of an e-learning at a glance. If we kind of just go back in time when we were in school, 10 years, 20 years, maybe more, when we had a snow day, inclement weather day, we just had fun. Didn't do any learning, nothing happened, and that's changed nowadays. And so we're very fortunate to have the capabilities. And so the kind of the concept of e-learning, we can now leverage time, space, and place with technology. So the advances that we have, and we think about what we've gone through in the last few years, students have devices from iPads to Chromebooks to MacBooks. So when there's a day out of school due to inclement weather, some pandemic issues, you can keep learning. And so e-learning days provide elimination of those weather makeup days. We still have them on the calendar because we're required to have those by state law, but those are kind of there as kind of placeholder days for us. But when inclement weather comes, we can do something different for our students. So we also have a continuity of teaching and learning when a school or district has a switch to council school due to extenuating circumstances, as I just mentioned. So when those things come up, we switch. Teachers kind of change their method of instruction and teaching so they can help students at home, so they can keep learning. So if you're out a day, 2 days, 3 days due to snow, and it may happen, it feels like kind of that year, students will keep learning instead of waiting until they get back to school. And so calendar flexibility is also part of it. The one thing we wanted to make sure at the beginning of the school year was to let's survey our parents. Let's check on their connectivity. We can assume that students have access to the internet at home, but let's not just make that assumption. Let's do a survey and kind of get information from all our parents. And so this dashboard pulls the survey information from Power School, so at any point in time, any school administrator, anyone at the district office, or school technicians, they can go into this dashboard here by school and find out what level of connectivity they have at home, broadband, cellular service, any of those things. And we also have hotspots that we're able to give our families. And so all a family has to do is contact a school administrator, and they will complete a survey, and then the IT department will issue a hotspot to their school for students. So right now, we have an abundance of roughly 22 hotspots available. 960 or so hotspots are already distributed to families that need them. So we have a nice cushion of hotspots available. We do know that broadband is still a better way to have connectivity, but in cases where you don't have that, you can reach out to the school and we can get a hotspot to you so you can have that connectivity to keep learning at home. And that's kind of that goal, is that although you're out, you have the ability to learn. Let's talk about how that happens. So for students, they're used to this in school right now. It's happening on a regular, every day, and they are accessing their learning management systems at school. And so in kindergarten through second grade, they use something called Seesaw. In third grade through fifth grade, they use Google Classroom. Sixth grade through 12, they use Schoology. That's their learning management system. That's kind of a hub where all of the instruction and materials are housed. So when a teacher needs to give them an assignment for that day or for that week, that information is there for those students to refer back to that and find out what's happening. So when they're in school and class, that's what they refer to. So when they go home, they're already comfortable using that learning management system, and they can be independent and self-directed learners. So also students want to create an accountability plan for completing assignments, know what I have to complete on a particular day and when it needs to be turned in. Engage with, complete, submit assignments through the learning management system. You can upload documents, you can complete a quiz, you can do all those things at home, and that's where you're going to manage it through your learning management system, the LMS. And then complete outstanding assignments as necessary within the 5-day window. So say you lose connectivity, your power goes out. You have a 5-day grace period when you return back to school to complete those assignments. That's something that all teachers will follow and make sure no student has anything that goes without being completed. So you have that 5-day grace period to get those things done. So that's for our students. And so for teachers, they do this on a regular. Every child, when they leave school that day, they take the device home with them. So that's a habit right now that's being practiced daily. They want to ensure students take a device home. Teachers got to provide explicit and clear communication with families, and sometimes a parent will get an email, let them know that this is happening for the day, and if they don't get an email, the child will get information through their learning management system too, as far as what happens. And then the one thing that we have now, and it's uniform almost across the board, is what we call a week at a glance. That gives parents and students a full summary of what to expect for that week in learning, so you can kind of prepare for it. So even though we may miss school on Monday, that week at a glance will give me kind of a roadmap of what my learning will look like for that week. And then the teachers will occasionally have those office hours available so questions can be asked when you reach out to a teacher via email, online office hours where they may have a Zoom link that a student can get onto at a designated time. So those things are there too. So a three-pronged approach: students, teachers, and finally parents. So it takes all of this to make it happen. So parents what they can do at home is identify that workspace. So yes, it's a snow fun day, but you want to also have time where you can get some work done and get those things. So identify that place in your house. Ensure your student has access to reliable internet. We talked about that in the beginning. I mentioned that, and making sure that's available. Monitor your students' daily progress. Sometimes just having a conversation. What did you do? What did you do today in school? What did you learn? What do you have for your assignments? Having that kind of ongoing conversation. And then if you have any problems, let's communicate. Reach out to the school, to administrators, to the teacher first. Check in with the school to see how they can help you, because that's why they're there. And then they can give you some feedback as quickly as they can. So that's kind of a glance of it. And so we had to put it quickly in action, as Dr. Little mentioned the other day when we had kind of high winds. But we emailed our principals took that message, and then they emailed teachers, and they pretty much was able to flip it from face-to-face instruction to make sure learning is happening through online type of learning. So that's a quick overview, and I'll pause for any questions.
Dr. Rivers, thank you. I can relate to when I was back in school here in Lexington. If we had a bad weather day, or a snow day or something, it would just be a fun day. And I'm so glad we have these resources. And obviously the way you described it is asynchronous learning. But is there a limit to the number of days we would consider doing this? Just because I think it's an excellent resource that we have here, but I think back to how many years has it been since that 1,000-year flood or something we had, and we were out for a while, or there was a tornado when I was a kid that came through, we were out for a while. So how long would we let this happen before we said, kids, you're out of school, and we'll make these days up?
Yeah, yes, of course, face-to-face instruction is our goal, is to get students back as quickly as possible, but as you know, we got to recognize when it's safe, and so based on whatever's happening with weather and climate. But this, honestly, is set up so that it can last as long as it's needed. And so we have technicians that are going to be available. We also, I didn't fail to mention, we have a help desk that is available at all times during the school day. So if there's a logging on issue at home, to make sure a student can kind of have that connectivity, or have questions about a password or username, we can answer those questions. So we want to maintain it as long as we need to, but not forever, but just as much as we can, and also to make sure students are doing it. So we are talking about asynchronous, but as things go on, and when an entire classroom or school is switched, then you can have synchronous instruction too. And so right now, when you have some students quarantined.
As long as they have internet.
Right, as long as they have internet. So when you have some students quarantined and some in class, a teacher can't do both. But when a school switches, or the district has to go to e-learning, and if it's over for a period of time, you can incorporate some synchronous type of learning. And that's when a school will send out a schedule, and then students will know what time to check in for that class. And so school day starts at 8, at 9 o'clock, you meet with your first period teacher, and so forth. So it'll give you a schedule where you can then check in to get some instruction from that teacher.
From I'm sorry, I was going to provide some additional context. Our e-learning plan, I think, talks about, so when e-learning was created, I think this is actually pretty good context on what we did on March the 3rd. If you'll recall, on March the 3rd, actually we did a presentation on e-learning March 3rd, 2020. We did a presentation on e-learning, I think it was March the 3rd. It was that first board meeting in March. And we talked about, I think at the time, I think it was 5 days, that the switch to e-learning in terms of the whole district, I think we were talking about 5 days. I'm not sure if that was your question or not. But now with COVID, it doesn't really reflect that because it kind of depends on the individual school. So, because an individual school can't get off everybody's calendar. Does that make sense? So you don't want to have, like with Rocky Creek a few years ago, they had a transformer blow. And so we kind of had to do something specific and had to get some, this was prior to e-learning as an option. We had to get some approval from the State Department to kind of do something with their, like that half day or whatever. But again, I think from a weather perspective, if we're thinking about 5 days, that's probably kind of in a row is kind of like the idea. But I'm not sure if that was your question or not, but that's the one I answered. I'm not sure if that was.
No, yeah, no, I was kind of looking for how long would we go before we say, hey, we need to take a break. But it sounds like even Dr. Rivers was saying we would transition from the asynchronous to the synchronous, so that actual teacher-led direct learning could be occurring.
Yeah. Yeah, those kind of things can happen, especially for longer periods of time, and even for those shorter periods of time, the teacher can still incorporate some of those type of synchronous teaching opportunities.
Asynchronous is typically easier for older kids, and then synchronous is typically easier for the younger kids,
Right.
is what we've determined. I mean, that's kind of common sense. I think that's played out for us.
Yeah, I think just in terms of general feedback, my middle schooler, with my high schoolers, they were, kind of in that exam review, so it was a little different for them. But with my middle schooler, when we got the notification about the transition, he went to a spot, he opened up, he got into his classes, and it was interesting to see that transition today from a year and a half, 2 years ago. I mean, it really was.
Yep.
It was quite incredible to see that. So, bravo to the team, bravo to the teachers, to everybody for being able to adapt in such a short amount of time when that sort of switch kind of flips. And even to the students, because I even noticed that he was more willing to reach out to a teacher. Very early in this, I think there was a lot of apprehension, like I'm going to bug the teacher if I email her, those kind of things. And there's a lot more comfort now that they seem to have developed as they've kind of done some reps with this. And so I think this is a great tool for us to have for a long time to come for the unknown of weather, transformers, whatever it may be.
And plus, it prepares them well for the workforce.
Absolutely.
Because that dysynchronous work is the way it's going.
And you're right, Dr. Guyton. I mean, like last week, my son is at River Bluff, and when they went virtual, he didn't even skip a beat in getting back in. He was up and he was signing into a class, that he had to be there for 8:30 in the morning. The teacher wanted to see their face. I mean, I think these students this is just part of how they're just accustomed to it. I would, a little bit of feedback from a parent, we're all figuring this whole e-learning package out together. But for, as a parent, making sure that I hold my child accountable. One of the things, I love Week at a Glance. That has been very helpful. But as with everything, different teachers, different subjects, it's useful to some, and some it's not quite so useful because of the subject matter or their lesson plans or whatever. I think it would be very helpful maybe to standardize, and anytime we can standardize something, it makes it easier for parents. That specifically for high school teachers, and their syllabus that's on their Schoology page, to have a e-learning section where they define email instructions, or I will only post on Schoology, or you will need to look. I mean, just kind of because I'll start asking, hey, well, this teacher doesn't use Week at a Glance. She just emails us, or this teacher. And so I think if at the beginning of the school year, if the teachers could just define on their syllabus, because to me a syllabus is the roadmap to how that teacher wants the student to succeed. Their office hours, how to make up tests, all that kind of stuff. And that Lula section, or excuse me, e-learning section would just be very helpful so that, you know, maybe a student missed the first couple weeks of school, you know, they transferred in or something, and they didn't know, they didn't get those instructions. There's a place to go, you know, don't forget, we're going to shift into e-learning. If you don't know where to find my assignments, go to my syllabus and look into the e-learning section, and it'll tell you where everything is. I just think that standardizing like that would be very helpful. You know, my kid will be a senior next year, and he's kind of on his own at this point. But I just think that's some feedback that would have helped me the last couple of years, and knowing how to make sure that he was looking at all, you know, looking under all the rocks to find all the assignments that are out there. So just a little input there.
Certainly, I appreciate that feedback, and something that we'll definitely share with our school, and we try to have that consistency in place, as you mentioned, because that is key. You don't want to go searching for something when you go into your learning management system, your schools you pay, so having it at the top in a central location so that a student can find it, because again, they're at home by themselves sometimes and not able to ask questions, so we can standardize that. That will be helpful, so we'll keep having those conversations.
Hey, this is Jada, thank you. That internet access dashboard, are those self-reported? So they say, they just tell you, I have internet access at home? Or do y'all actually go through the rural broadband, you know, something like that to figure that out?
It's initially self-reported during the enrollment process. When families enroll for the school year, go through registration, we ask them at that time to indicate their connectivity status. We do occasionally follow up, especially if a family does not complete it. Someone at the school level will reach out to the family to verify that. But because it's real-time in PowerSchool, it can be modified and changed at any time. So we want to have those conversations throughout the year. And especially if a teacher asks a child, do you have access? And then comes to find out they don't, then we can kind of update it in their system in PowerSchool. So it's a very helpful tool, and it also helps us to know how many hotspots are out there already to our students, which families have one, and if they're using it too. And so we have the capabilities, even for technology. The one thing that I didn't share is we were able to see how many students logged on with a particular device on that day we were out. So we could give you a percentage of students with MacBooks and Chromebooks that actually went onto our network and were engaged with the system, learning management system. And so those are great features we have. So we're watching at all times in some way with IT. And with this dashboard here, we can constantly get information and have it updated.
Thank you. Yeah, I know, I'm sure you know as well. Some people may say, some kids may say, oh, I have internet at home. But I just wanted to make sure there was a way that, in case they were saying that but didn't really, that y'all have a way to check that. Thank you.
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Rivers. I do want to say you talked about calendar flexibility, and I just want to dig into that just a little bit deeper, because that allows us to have, remember a couple years ago, Amy Wood started talking to us about creating some longer weekends in second semester to provide barriers to infection. Well, at that time, we were talking about the flu and stomach bugs and whatever the yearly thing was. And so the e-learning days, because the state department or state government has not allowed calendar flexibility, this allows us more calendar flexibility. So when you look in February and you see a 4-day weekend around President's Day, I think there's a 4-day weekend around March 17th. I don't know if that's a Ides of March Day, pretty close to it, whatever, March 15th or something. So you see all those different days. That is what allows us to have that calendar flexibility to make that happen. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Rivers. We appreciate that very much. We do have Chris Rabin here and Nicole Mitchell who are here, and they want to talk to us a little bit about Lula and kind of give you a status on Lula and where we are there and what's it looking like for next year. So Mr. Rabin and Ms. Mitchell, we'll turn it over to you, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Little, SLT. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about the exciting things that are going on in the Lexington One Online Learning Academy program. As I've said to you before, and I will continue to say when I have these opportunities, it is great to be a Lula Llama. So with that in mind, if we could, please, we can move to the next slide. I don't think Our vision for Lula is one, thank you, that we truly believe captures the spirit of the product that we're offering to students. And I don't want to necessarily confuse this with what Dr. Rivers was discussing. We're talking about a very different type of product. Yes, there's an e-learning component to Lula, but really what we have is a very powerful tool for students who learn best in this modality. And I think I have some evidence to share with you shortly as far as our successes this semester to where you can see that students who choose this modality really truly benefit from the opportunities that they have in Lula. Ms. Mitchell, I would ask to talk a little bit about the elementary school data that is available here.
Good evening, Madam Chair. So for elementary Lula student and staffing data, we have right now currently 17 teachers for special ed kindergarten through 5th grade and 332 students. With our shift to second semester, we lost 1 second grade teacher due to enrollment. The numbers for Lula shifted. So that teacher was able to go back to her home school, which is LES, and able to provide a reduction for 1st grade. So it balanced balanced 1st grade out at LES better. But that's where we currently stand. And for students starting second semester for elementary Lula.
This is information that is available regarding the fall semester in the middle school at Lula. As you can see, we had 62 6th grade students, 2 of which had the opportunity to take high school courses, 65 7th grade, with 2 students with the opportunity to take high school courses, and 63 8th graders, with 21 of those were taking high school courses. The staffing, my Lula middle school staff truly love what they do. They will all say that they have grown tremendously, and it has been a true privilege to have the opportunity to teach in Lula. We are broken down by 10 staff members: math and science 6th grade teacher, ELA social studies 6th grade teacher. And as you see down, everyone shares a pretty big load. I have a lead teacher in Nicole Kriminger who does a tremendous job as a 7th and 8th grade math teacher. She also serves, as I said, as a lead teacher. She has a tremendous experience with curriculum and with Lula in a virtual setting. A resource teacher, PE teacher, music appreciation, a Spanish teacher as well. Students also have the opportunity to take 2 virtual learning lab classes through Virtual South Carolina. One is Exploring World Languages in South Carolina, which gives them an opportunity to have an overview of a variety of different languages that are spoken in the state. The other class that they have the opportunity to participate in is an introduction to career clusters, which is very beneficial for students as they are preparing their IGPs and moving into high school and making decisions about their careers and the courses they want to take for their majors at the high school level. At the high school level, we're looking at 260 students. You can see the breakdown there, and I really want to draw emphasis to the 15 adjunct high school teachers. These are teachers who will teach 1-2 sections of Lula plus a face-to-face section at their high schools. They're spread around the district, and they have a tremendous, tremendous responsibility. But they've approached it with a great attitude with this heavy load, and as well, they've said they have grown from it, and there's a lot of interest among those teachers to continue on in this capacity. 5 virtual learning lab courses are available to students to give them opportunities to take courses they otherwise wouldn't have. I have 3 full-time high school Lula teachers. One is a Kate teacher, teaches personal finance, computer science, AP computer science principles. A resource teacher for the high school who has over 30 students on her caseload exclusively to Lula High School, and then a self-contained teacher who has a group of approximately 12 students in a self-contained setting. Counseling responsibilities are split with the AES program. I have 1 middle school counselor who covers AES middle school in addition to Lula Middle School, and a high school counselor who's responsible for all of AES High School as well as High School Lula. I can't say enough for the work that they have done this semester making Lula a reality and getting us to the point where we can talk about these academic successes. We anticipate awarding approximately 450 high school credits to students by the end of this semester, by the end of the fall semester. So as grades are reported this week, we are anticipating at a minimum of 450 high school credits earned. That is a tremendous, tremendous number. 11 students are in the dual enrollment program through Lula with Midlands Tech or University of South Carolina Sumter. We anticipate them earning approximately 24 college credits. I have 15 students who were able to graduate in December, complete their course of study in December through Lula, and 5 personal finance students, earned the WISE Working in Supportive Education Certificate for Financial Literacy. Great opportunities for them they otherwise would not have as they continue through these programs. Here's an example of a teacher's workstation in Lula. Certainly looks a little different than what you would see in a traditional setting, but this is an opportunity for the teachers to really create the opportunity to provide great instruction for Lula students, and also for kids to see what sort of the personality of the teacher is able to come out. Here's another opportunity to see the amount of technology that is available to teachers as they provide instruction through Lula as well. And again, students have the opportunity to see the teacher, to have the chance to build these relationships with the teacher, and we want to give the teachers those opportunities as well to continue on and enhance just the great experience students are having. An elementary parent provides some testimony as to the experience that he has had as a 5th grade parent. What's important to me in this, he says, my wife is immunocompromised, and it's important for us that our son has the ability to still learn from trained educators in this environment and keep our family safe. Specifically, we need to continue to support educators like Ms. Beck, who believe in the power of online learning and give them the tools and resources necessary they need to make it successful. This is a brief video of an elementary Lula teacher. Get back.
Let's take a look at the first problem. The first problem is 4/8 plus 2/4.
As a Lula teacher, I am in charge of teaching and assessing students from across the district, depending on where they are located at home on a school-issued device. I am in charge of teaching math, science, social studies, and ELA, both writing and reading. My day is started with a morning meeting. We do a soft start at 7:40 in the morning. So I start my Zoom at 7:40, and I've started doing a podcast with the kids. They really love these podcasts. So it's something to listen to. It's nothing that, they're going to be, missing instruction if that's the case. And then our class starts at 8, and we have a class meeting. We do a morning meeting at 8. We roll right into related arts or what I need time at 8:15, and then when we're back, we're feet on the pavement, so to speak, fingers on the keyboard, and moving through ELA. And we break for lunch, then we come back and we do some math, science, and social studies, and our day is wrapped up.
Clap, clap. Repeat after me.
I think they're in a great spot to be able to grow from here, because I know even with having older children myself in middle school and high school, they do a lot of their work online, and so for elementary age kids to be able to participate in this at such an early age, it gives them a big advantage over children who may not have had that opportunity. I am proud of the relationships that we've been able to build, even if it did take a little bit longer, because one of the things that is a benefit of the kids learning from home is that they're able to share things that face-to-face kids aren't. So they're being able to share their siblings with us and their pets and their Christmas trees. And so we've been able to bond through those things, and that's actually been one of my favorite parts of being a Lula teacher this year.
The world we live in is changing quickly. I did my undergrad and my graduate work all online, so I've been on both sides of this coin. I've been a learner and a teacher in the online environment, and I really think that it's a benefit for them to be able to shift that modality of learning from a face-to-face to an online setting.
Treating it as much like a face-to-face classroom as you can, because at the end of the day, they're still kids, they still need you, and that's what you're there for.
Let's take a look at the first problem. The first problem
want to share with you some testimonials from students and parents at the secondary level. Our child has really soared and become so much more confident. He's learned to advocate for himself and feels so confident emailing to ask for clarification questions, and will set up individual Zoom sessions. Learning virtually, he's discovered his own voice and has opened up to the teachers who've been so supportive of him. I want to thank Mr. Cagle for giving me and the rest of my class the best freshman year possible. And thank you for this opportunity to connect with kids outside of my homeschool. I was impressed with this. Coach Newell is brand new to the virtual learning environment. He came to us from Lexington High School, had no experience in the virtual platform prior to this year. But if you take a look at this testimony from this parent, being someone who works from home, I had the opportunity on many days to hear Coach Newell teach and interact with the entire class. I heard him consistently be incredibly patient, encouraging, and supportive of every single student in his class. He showed respect to each and every student, and in turn, they automatically respected him. Again, a teacher with no background in it, comes into it, has a great attitude, learns, and by the end of the semester, has this kind of testimony given about him. I also want to share some comments from other teachers that's not necessarily in the PowerPoint, but I think it's worth noticing that Rachel Miller, who is high school English in Lula, she's the lead teacher in the high school Lula program, says, as an educator with many years of experience, I've always felt that a one-size-fits-all approach to education is actually a one-size-fits-few reality. There are very few positives that have come from being in a worldwide pandemic. One of those very few things is a re-examination of our educational processes of the movement to find ways to safely and effectively provide high-quality, varied educational experiences that are flexible and yet still engaging. This is why I am passionate about virtual education in Lula. Monica Willis, 6th grade Lula teacher, says, I believe that we are living in a transitional period that holds a lot of promise. With the creation of Lula, we know that we can reach students and families in a way that is beneficial to them and in ways that we may never understand. Through virtual teaching, I want to help students see themselves as successful readers and writers while building character and the type of citizen we need in order to affect change. I want to affect change. I have the opportunity to do so in Lula. Moving forward, we are very excited about continuing and growing the program. We are going to be very soon opening up registration for the 22-23 school year. Current students will have the opportunity to declare their interest in participating in the program moving forward. As well, we will open up registration to the entire district, students grades 5 through 11, over the next few weeks. May we take any questions you may have?
Have you had enough kids in cohorts to see their progression on some of the standardized testing and assessments we do year over year and measure that against the non-Lula track?
We'll have a better sense of that by the end of the year. Right now, I can't say with any integrity that we have, but certainly I think by the end of the year, and as we look at last year's numbers, we'll be able to have a good sense of that.
And again, looking for growth, again, because obviously there's maybe different kids, but how much did we grow from the cohort base is really the question.
Any unintended consequences, positive or negative?
I think one of the positive unintended consequences, word has gotten around, and there are a lot of families who would really like to be in Lula and like to have the opportunity, but we have very limited seating. So certainly as the numbers grow, as we're able to provide more opportunities, more seats for students, I think that is certainly an unintended consequence that has come along. As far as negative consequences, it's really just learning the platforms, learning the expectations. We have had some students who were not as successful as they thought they would be in it. So we've had some hard conversations about maybe this isn't the best modality for you. And a lot of times when we come together, I have students say, yeah, I agree. I haven't done what I needed to do. I wish I'd taken it more seriously when I did. They still have the opportunity to continue in the program, but it's a learning process. So I think that you've had some students that, it's not exactly what they thought it was going to be. But at the same time, they're at a point where they can still recover and still turn the year around.
Yeah, in my office, I get to obviously interact with a lot of families, and one thing I don't think I appreciated was the cultural impacts that can occur. And so I think for some families who maybe the United States is not their home country, but are the IT jobs, and IT is very highly regarded. They see this as a very important stepping stone for their child. And so I can't say I thought of that before we went down this path, but certainly that's some feedback that I have received. And that's very reassuring to hear that, you know, we talk about education and paring it down to as most individual level as possible. And to me, anytime you can appreciate that cultural response, I mean, that's just another feather in the cap, if you will,
Sure,
for that program.
I have a 7th grade student who has already said, I'm going to Harvard and I'm going to be the president.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We've got a couple of different things going on tonight. Mr. Warren, if you would like to walk us through your operations update, and then we have a special guest with us today. You will notice this is not Casey Calhoun, but this is Justin Segalis, who is here, is going to talk to us about Lakeside Middle School rebranding. But we're going to start with Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Dr. Little, Madam Chair, members of the board. Excited to be here tonight to provide another update on our bond referendum projects. I'd like to provide you a summary of the work that we've completed since our last update, our ongoing work. Before we get into the projects, I did want to take a moment and mention an exciting partnership that we have with Dominion Energy. It's going to pay dividends for us and our facilities moving forward, allow us to invest rebate funding that we are receiving right back into our facilities. Some reps from Dominion came and met with us back in the fall, myself and some other members from the operations team, and talked through this program. Honestly, it made a lot of sense with the work that we have going on in our facilities through our HVAC, specifically our lighting upgrades, a way for us to capitalize on this opportunity. It's a program where customers are actually provided initiatives for saving energy and reducing electric bills. Like I said before, we have numerous lighting and HVAC program upgrades going on in our facilities. They sync up perfectly with this program, and we've already begun to realize dividends from it. As you see up here, we've been approved for rebates with HVAC and lighting upgrades at Lexington Elementary School. We've actually already received that funding. Central Services, Carolina Springs Middle, and Lakeside Middle. You see a big number there for Lakeside for all the energy efficient work we're doing there with our controls and our lighting and HVAC. And so we look forward to bringing this funding to you here soon for your approval for some more projects moving forward. We can invest this money right back into our schools.
Can I just ask a quick question? Can
Sure.
you go back?
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe I'm just the only one that doesn't understand this. So that's a decrease on what our bill is, and so that's a savings to us?
Well, Dominion's...
Or they send us money?
No, they're sending us money. It's a rebate. I mean, it's actually kind of a double positive because we're actually saving money based on our energy initiatives that we put into place.
And they're giving us the rebate because we're saving energy?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's money that's not coming off of our bill. I mean, this is a check we'll receive from them to use, at that school or to reinvest in our facilities in some way, form, or fashion. Moving right into our projects, you see here at Gilbert Middle School, I'd like to highlight the work that is occurring there. Here's an overhead photo of our 4-classroom addition happening right now at Gilbert Middle. You see the corridor here coming right off the hallway, and then the 4 classrooms that are going to be a very big bonus for Gilbert Middle School. We know the growth that we're experiencing in the Gilbert area pretty consistently. So these classrooms will come online for next school year. This next photo was actually taken just last week, Friday, I believe. I wanted to show you that they have started to put the bar joist on top of the roof there. You'll see roof decking very soon going on top of that 4-classroom addition. So that project is moving along very nicely. I did want to show this photo. We've mentioned this several times, the last few updates for you. This is the completed 36 parking addition out in front of the school. It's actually online now. It came online in January, so the school is utilizing those parking spaces, as we speak. So that was a priority for us to get that work done during the school year, because that was a critical need for Gilbert Middle School to have that additional parking out front. So that work is done and is currently being used by the school and visitors. Moving right along to White Knoll High School, we are nearing the completion of the White Knoll Performing Arts Center. You see here, this is the revised bus loop taking shape. Of course, we lost a little bit of that, from the Performing Arts Center addition, so that's been rerouted to provide that that bus lane for leaving the school. The block work defining the walkway to the PAC is ongoing. You see right here, with this being the front entrance to the Performing Arts Center. Also, you see to the left here, the parking lot where all these construction vehicles are currently located. That'll be the future parking lot for the Performing Arts Center once that is completed.
Remind us the capacity of that for that community. Is 1,200 seats or 800 seats?
1,000.
1,000
Yes, sir.
seats. And that's equal to the Performing Arts Center at Lexington High School, and we're both about the same?
Right in line with it,
So
yes, sir.
yeah, that's going to be great for that community.
I have a question as well. This is Jada, while you're
Yes, ma'am.
there. So are the buses still parking in that same parking lot that they have been in?
Currently, they are, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they're all fitting there? We're fine, okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
This is the black box, portion of the Performing Arts Center. Actually, this space here previously was one half of the auditorium, the old auditorium at White Knoll High School that was repurposed as part of our building program. So you see, the black box here taking shape with the ceiling going in and the grid there for the school to utilize for drama programs and small performances. That was one half of the old theater. Here's the other half, which will be the dance room for White Knoll High School. Very excited about that space for White Knoll High School and their students. Near completion, you actually see, sitting right in here, the wood floor. That wood has to acclimate for a couple weeks before it's installed. So that's what's happening right now. And that'll be installed here in just a few weeks. You'll see a wood floor in that dance room. A shot here from the back of the house towards the stage. Very excited about this space, especially and the school and what's going to happen there. Concrete is painted. The seats are scheduled to ship very soon. You'll see some seats installed in the auditorium, hopefully by the next update or right after that. Lighting is installed in the theater. Also, the majority of the wood paneling and block work you see is completed. Trying to maximize space here. Got you two photos on one slide. This is the auditorium lobby. You see the wood paneling is installed right here. When you're walking into the auditorium, that's what you'll see. Also a nice view on the right here looking out into the parking lot that we just looked at, looking through that glass there, performing the Performing Arts Center. It's tracking towards us receiving occupancy early to mid-April. So looking to get them in there and definitely be online, certainly for next school year, maybe even some opportunities for this school year.
Mr. Warner, one quick thing, and I know we're getting late, but I do just want to say, one of the really cool things about that space is while the big space is really spectacular and it will have all the bells and whistles, but one of the places that will get a lot of work is actually the Black Box Theater. We've talked a lot about that. That's a lot of the things that will take place every day, smaller performances, a little more of an intimate time to, maybe not the big spring production of, whatever, Oklahoma, but it'll be, I don't know, 1940s musicals, I just grabbed one. But, the kind of the everyday work in the classroom. So there's some really neat spaces in there that aren't just about the big and the bold. There's some really neat ideas in there. So I'm excited about those kinds of things because those will also get used quite a bit.
And honestly, those are the spaces I get the most questions about, from teachers and staff, is the black box and in the dance room, and, you know, they get real excited, obviously, about those, because they're in there every day, utilizing those rooms. Next project we'll reference tonight, the new transportation facility. This photo depicts the site work taking place on the site. To provide you some reference here, this is I-20 along the back here, in the back of the property, and then this is the Bentley Pontoons facility right here towards the top right of the screen. You see, you know, grading is going on, and as you speak, if you ride by there, you'll see the tractors and the vehicles out there doing that work. Another photo here of the site work currently ongoing. Once again, here's Bentley Pontoons right here to your right. I-20 is back here, so you see that the site is cleared, and we'll soon see the facility going up. Moving to Gilbert High School and their Performing Arts Center, an athletic addition. This photo provides a nice look at the completed brickwork and roof decking currently being installed around the addition. I'd like to draw your attention to this connecting corridor. This is obviously the existing gym area here, gym lobby, and this will be the connecting corridor to the addition, which will be a nice pathway to access the addition. Here's a photo from inside the weight room addition. You'll see the opening here in the back wall. This will be a bay door. There'll actually be two, garage or bay doors back here for students to be able to, exit outside quickly to do whether it's, speed or strength activities outside. That was a big, a big part of, working with the school and kind of getting feedback on what they wanted. They really want to have that ability to get outside quickly and get their students outside quickly to take their learning and their physical activities outside. This photo here provides another overhead look at the addition. The black box theater for Gilbert High School is right here. This is the connecting corridor from the existing school to the addition. On the left, you'll see this is the weight room addition here, and then towards the back is the wrestling room addition. Of course, the theater and lobby space is here with the Performing Arts Center here. Windows are going in around the addition, and you'll soon see the white roof capping and install to complete the roof on the addition.
Matt, what's the capacity on that again?
800.
800.
Yes, sir. Here's a photo of the back side of the addition. You see the windows are being installed. This is actually the weight room here. You see the two bay doors, and this is actually looking into a coach's office right here with the wrestling room a little bit further down. Next up, Carolina Springs Middle School, 6th classroom addition. Photo of inside one of the classrooms. We actually have an overhead inspection scheduled for Carolina Springs Middle towards the end of January. Once that's completed, we'll start dropping ceiling tile and doing unit startup and bringing those classrooms online here in the next few months. Photo here, the completed brickwork. That's all completed at all 6 classrooms. Next project is the Old Cherokee road widening work that we're doing. This photo shows majority of the grading work along both sides of Old Cherokee is complete. Large piece of this project was utility relocation, and that's nearing completion, getting utilities where they need to be to then start the asphalt here very soon, which is the next step in this project. Another photo of the Old Cherokee work. You see here's the school site right here, and you actually see where the turn lanes already been constructed, and there's asphalt already there that'll take you off Old Cherokee and making a right turn into the school entry. The curb is complete there as well, and like I said, majority of the asphalt work is done. Moving to Lakeside Middle, you see lots of progress here since our last update. You'll notice out in front, all the construction connexes are gone. That's always a good sign to see that we're nearing the end of a project. That construction trail you see is, if it's not gone today, it's leaving this week. That was the next thing to go. Front canopy is complete along the school. You see all the concrete here the pathway along the front of the school. That is complete. Curb and grading for the front drop-off loop is complete. So school is tracking very nicely. Here you see the grading work being done at the athletic field and track and the additional parking lot that'll be here in the front. This will be a parking lot, you know, for the school to utilize, and then the athletic play field will be here. You also see the athletic storage building and restroom facility is here. That is, you know, pretty close to being complete, and you actually see the car stacking lane taking shape. That'll come in and wrap around the parking lot over the culvert to the school. A few photos of inside the school to see some progress. On the left, you'll see the front commons area. You can see the terrazzo pattern right there that'll soon be polished and really pop off the screen at you once that work is done. The right photo provides a look at the auditorium. Much like Whitenow High School, floor has been painted, all the lighting is installed, and the paneling work is complete. And auditorium seats will be installed by early March for Lakeside.
And the seating capacity in our middle schools and auditoriums is
400,
400-ish?
450-ish, yes, sir.
It's right at 500.
Right, 500, okay.
Yeah.
Last photo of Lakeside shows the work complete in the school gymnasium. Wood floor is in, the sound panels are in, bleachers are installed, and we will soon see paint on the floor and a logo, which we'll see here very soon. Lakeside continues to track very well, and look forward to seeing this facility complete in the very near future. And as always, you can track our progress on the building plan website.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren, and it is now my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Justin Segalis, Assistant Principal Extraordinaire at Lexington Middle School. And I believe it will be, he will soon be the Assistant Principal at Lakeside Middle School, part of the inaugural leadership team there. So, Mr. Segalis, you want to walk us through kind of the big reveal here? I know we're a little late in the evening, but it's exciting stuff.
That's right. That's right. Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, it is very exciting to follow up Mr. Warren's presentation with the pictures and share with you the next steps in our journey to become Lakeside Middle School. So very excited to share with you some of the steps we've taken and some of the next steps that have come about. So first off, obviously, Lakeside Middle School being approved by the board last year. And next, moving on, we made a commitment the last couple weeks to open up Lakeside Middle School as an EL education school. Not only do we believe that that is the best curriculum model for our school culture, but we also believe it will create some consistency and continuity with River Bluff High School. Next, I want to kind of talk about the mascot of Lakeside Middle School, which I know a lot of our community members have been reaching out and trying to get it out, you know, at basketball games this year, and I didn't let it out. But I want everybody to know in our community that this was a student-driven mascot selection. We took our students, well, actually, I'm going to share a little bit more on that a little bit later. I don't want to steal the thunder. And then next, taking that mascot and creating a brand and a logo design. So moving on to the process. This was a very fun day at Lexington Middle School. The process was student-driven through our advocacy classes. Each advocacy group was asked to submit their best mascot idea via promo and video. So a couple of the guidelines that we gave them as administration were three things: relevance, research, and high-quality work. The advocacy groups watched all the proposals that were given by each advocacy, and then the whole student body did a live vote and results reveal to narrow down the top three choices. And with an overwhelming majority of the student vote, the new Lakeside Middle School mascot will be, hypothetical drum roll here, the Lakeside Raiders. Lakeside Raiders. This name was proposed to us actually by a 6th grade advocacy group, and in their proposal, they made a connection to the Doolittle Raiders, who used our lake, our beautiful Lake Murray at Baum Island in 1942 for training exercises for World War II. And so in their proposal, they were able to discuss the research, they were able to discuss the the geographical relevancy. And it really, really drove up excitement amongst our student body for this mascot. And actually, it wasn't even close. I mean, we did a school-wide tally, and it wasn't even close. And so with that, we fell in love with it. It stuck, and really got a good logo and a good brand to pay homage to the Doolittle Raiders and their relevancy to our area. And there's another secondary logo also. One thing I like to point out too, I love that it's the same. If you picture the L and the Wildcat, now we got the L and the star. And so it kind of ties into that. School colors, navy blue and kind of a bright green there. I don't know the official green color there, but and I love how it just ties in the history of the blue from the Lexington and ties into the modern of the green, but it's our own. It's our own identity. So,
have you talked about the mural in the cafeteria? I'm always interested what schools decide. Are you going to have a big plane or something?
I don't know if we've gotten that far in the process yet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm going to leave this logo up there, but I will take any questions that you have. Very good.
It's going to look good on the floor. It's going to look really good.
That's right. We're very excited. Thank you so much.
It looks awesome. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job to the students. They
Yes.
did well.
Very good. Thank you.
You're not supposed to have favorites in this role, but I was secretly pulling for the Raiders as a thing. So it's cool that it came out that way. All right, so let's. It brings us to a good transition, and I'm quoting or paraphrasing from the St. Crispin's Day speech. We lucky few. We're still sticking it out. So, Mr. Salters, you're going to walk us through the rezoning proposal again for the second reading, and we'll go and get started.
Thank you, Dr. Little, members of the board. Of course, Mr. Warren did a great job highlighting all the projects and work that's going on to manage the growth in Lexington and White Knoll, Gilbert, Pillion, and River Bluff communities right now that was outlined in the 2018 bond referendum. And with that growth and with that that work that's going on, obviously when you build a new school to manage that growth, you do rezoning. And so that's why we're here again this evening discussing the attendance lines for the new Lakeside Raiders, as we can talk about now. So that's really exciting. And I'll run through this briefly. I know that the board has, many of you were at our community meetings last week, and obviously at our first reading, so you've seen these these slides before. The attendance line rationale, obviously our goal is to use our facilities efficiently, and of course we try to minimize division of subdivisions and plan for future growth. And then, in this case, obviously, we're looking to balance the enrollment from Lakeside and Meta Glen. So those are the two schools that are primarily affected in this scenario that we're discussing. So our current enrollment, as it stands now, we have a kind of a divider line here, which is essentially Old Chapin Road. It comes up through the town of Lexington here. This also serves as our high school feeder line. So this area here is the River Bluff attendance area, and over here is the Lexington High School attendance area. So we're concerned with the yellow and the green here in this area. So currently, Meta Glen has approximately 1,027 students, and Lexington Middle School approximately 616. And actually, I think they added 10 students just since we came back. So that enrollment's always in flux. For second reading, we're proposing the same attendance lines that we brought to you for first reading. And basically the biggest change begins here at Hope Ferry Road, follows 14 Mile Creek, comes down behind this neighborhood here, which there's Old Saluda Point and Old Saluda Passage right across the street from each other. Comes in there, follows the mill stream out to Lee Cleckley, and takes a left on Lee Cluckley and then goes out to the lake. And you can see by doing that, the enrollment is essentially balanced pretty closely at 852 and 826. Those numbers will fluctuate. There are a number of factors involved in that. One of those factors is the immersion programs, and then another factor is ultimately how many students elect to grandfather. So in this scenario, Lakeside would include portions of Lexington Elementary, New Providence Elementary, Midway Elementary, and then Meadow Glen would include Meadow Glen Elementary, all of that zone, and then portions of Midway and Oak Grove. And then the high school feeder patterns, as I mentioned, both schools would feed into River Bluff High School. And so in coming up with this second reading, I like to point out that over the last few weeks, and I've got a slide later that shows the meetings that we've had leading up till now, but over the last few weeks since we did first reading and then through the community meetings, we had about 55 responses to our feedback request. Had a few more this evening that you heard in citizens participation. And so we've made our recommendations this evening, based on the majority of feedback. I mean, I will remind you as we look at this, there's close to 1,650 parents or individual students, so parent families there. So we've heard from just a small group, and usually that's the case when you do these rezonings. The majority of folks fall in one category or another, and then you'll hear from folks who are affected who, in some cases, have concerns, and in other cases, as tonight, like the plan and really want to reemphasize the fact that they like that plan. So, taking a look at our grandfathering options, we're recommending as part of the plan to grandfather any current 7th grade student for their 8th grade year, so they could select to go to or stay at Meadow Glen Middle School. Really, the Lakeside or Lexington Middle School students, there's not a grandfathering option because everybody's moving from that school into the new facility. So it's really only relevant to the Meadow Glen students for those 8th graders, rising 8th graders. So recommending that for those students. And then in that case, if students elect to do that, parent and guardians would have to provide transportation because we can't run special bus routes into those other areas. So, and then looking at immersion, we have, Chinese immersion we're recommending would remain at Meadow Glen Middle School. Obviously, it's fed directly by the immersion program at Meadow Glen Elementary School. And then we're recommending the French immersion program be relocated to Lakeside Middle School. And that's based on the fact that, looking at the data, that we have about 87% of the students in that immersion program that fall in the Lakeside zone. And so you heard some of those comments this evening. And so living in that zone, they'll have access to transportation. And also currently, that program is fed from Midway, and the majority of Midway students would end up feeding into that school. And so the 8th grade students, we talked about this at our last public meetings that we had last week. There was some survey done about those students and whether they wanted to grandfather and stay at Meadow Glen or move. Currently, I think as of today, we had heard back from 23 out of 25 students wanted to stay at Meadow Glen Middle School, and so we're recommending at this point that 8th grade cohort of students would finish out at Meadow Glen Middle School, leave the program there for that 1 year at the 8th grade level, with 6th and 7th grade being located at Lakeside. I mentioned these meetings before. Obviously, we've been through a number of these now. We're down to the second reading this evening. And the third reading would occur on February 15th, and that would be the final reading. And at that point, we would, once the board approves lines and grandfathering requirements, we would send out those letters. Mr. Caldwell's office does that and has a pretty quick turnaround on those within a few weeks. We get that information back, and then that allows Ms. Price's office in HR to start the staffing process with the schools and get that lined up as we enter into the budget time frame. So it lines up
And in
pretty well.
time for football tryouts.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And that's, that is very important. We actually shifted this timeline up this year by a month. And that was really primarily due to staffing and the pressure to get our staff situated as we go into budget. However, it also has some other benefits in that it lines up with cheerleading tryouts, football tryouts, and all the other extracurricular activities the kids are excited about looking at and committing to. So that does work out really well if we can do the third reading there on the 15th of February. And so parents at home can go out on our website, click on this link, and plug in their address, and it will show them what schools they're zoned for based on the new proposed lines. The existing link is still out there if you wanted to check on your current schools as well. But that's a really handy tool to be able to get the exact information about where you would go based on your address, and that's on our website. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have related to the zoning.
I just want to go on record to say again, thank you for you and your team. It's pretty amazing how we go through this rezoning process and all the dominoes that fall with everyone. And it's no small feat. So again, I think y'all handled that very well. I was impressed with the citizens' participation. So anyhow, thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the spreadsheet that we got made it really easy just to kind of read through, and a lot of people did have great feedback. I really think only 2 areas was the French immersion. I think those families were really just kind of interested, and then just that small little niche of a few neighborhoods that were concerned that they weren't part of the midway group that was rezoned. So I can't remember if you've said this in public or just in an email, but about the number of families that really those 4 neighborhoods, or students those 4 neighborhoods affect. But that
Sure.
might be something good just to kind of say so that people listening can hear.
Sure. The areas that you're talking about, I think, are right in this area right here. It's kind of a little triangle right in
Yes.
here.
Uh-huh.
Neighborhoods right at the end of Millstream and Saluda River Club in this area.
Right, because when people say it's only 4 neighborhoods, but that
Yeah, it's
is
approximately 120
impactful.
students.
Right.
And so you can see if you move 120 students from, you got to take them from here, put them over here.
It's a swing of 240, really.
Yeah, it's a real big swing. There's really more growth going on in this area right now than in this area, and so now there's some things about to bust loose over here. So it makes me very nervous to try to swing that one way or the other. You're in a really good spot if they're pretty balanced. Well, just as an aside, I know I want to shout out to our communications team. Catherine and Megan and the team has done a great job collecting the feedback, showing up and doing all these graphics. And of course, Mr. Warren is behind the computer stuff as well. And so, but as we continue to get feedback, throughout the next month before we meet again, we will continue to share that with you guys. And we'll probably try to do it like once a week. If we get unless we just get an inordinate amount of feedback at one time, we'll go ahead and pass that on, but we'll try to pass that information on to you guys as you get ready for the meeting on the 15th. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, that,
All right.
that's not really technically under my
it was
report, but I
kinda
just
part
thought
of it.
I'd
We'll
say
kinda
Madam
just-
Chair right there.
That's all right. We just kind of,
As we move on, thank you, Mr. Salters, and again, a big shout out to the team that's working, our administrative team at both schools who are taking questions from parents, Ms. McPhail, who's collecting that and making sure you're up to date with all of the information. I think we've really narrowed it down to some specific issues that the board needs to consider. So, thank you.
do you want me to take back over?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's it. That's it for me.
All right, we're at 12.2, which is the first reading of the 2022-2023 Board of Trustees meetings calendar, and I believe Ms. McPhail is driving this conversation.
Again, in your board packet, you saw that, as you know, our Lexington County School District Board of Trustees, y'all, meet on the third Tuesday of each month, typically 7 p.m. And so the following are the third Tuesdays for the 2022-2023 academic year. So we recommend the third Tuesday meetings as follows. That's July 19th, September 20th, October 18th, and November 15th of 2022, as well as January 17th, February 21st, March 21st, and May 16th of 2023. We do bring forth 4 exceptions for your considerations. Those exceptions are August the 23rd. The third Tuesday in August falls on the first day of school. And as you may understand, the first day of school is a very, very hectic day for not only all of us, but many of the staff who might come and present, and all of our staff, and many of you as well, and parents. So we are asking that we move that one to the 4th Tuesday of the month. So move that to August 23rd. The next exception would be the December meeting. The 3rd Tuesday is actually during winter break. So we are asking that we move that to the 2nd Tuesday, which will be December 14th. And then we recommend moving the April meeting to the 4th Tuesday of the month in consideration of the budget process. So that would be April the 25th of 2023. And then we recommend moving the June meeting to the 2nd Tuesday of the month, a lot like we just discussed earlier this meeting, to allow administration to attend the SCASA annual meeting. So we recommend June the 13th of 2023 for that meeting. We also have some proposed second dates for 5 additional board workshops and/or meetings that we'd like to add to the calendar. As you know, we add these meetings and workshops for things like the year in review or the superintendent's evaluation or the budget presentation. We recommend the following dates for those workshops or meetings. September the 6th is our strategic plan workshop. October the 4th is the superintendent's evaluation. December the 6th is board training and the swearing in ceremony. November 8th is election day, so we will need that swearing in ceremony. April the 11th for human resources. Usually when we have a second meeting, we try to do that the 1st Tuesday of the month, but that falls during spring break in April. So this would be the 2nd Tuesday in April. That would be for human resource reasons and anything else as needed. And then May the 2nd, also for human resources, because Devonna is going to be hiring so many excellent people, yes, and additional items as needed. And of course, additional meetings may be scheduled as needed for hiring recommendation purposes or at the board's need. So this is just the first reading, so we present these dates to you for just reaction and review, and we have no recommendations for action at this time.
And I just have a question. And this is a good night to ask this question because we have a full board meeting tonight, and yesterday was a holiday. Is that reasonable to ask of the staff?
It's certainly tough on us as staff. Tracy and I and Megan, they're all shaking their heads because it is definitely tough. But we know that the public knows it's the third Tuesday of the month typically, so we try to honor that as much as we can. That is something, of course, that you could consider if that's something that you want to think about. I think there was at least one of those. Let me see, I brought our calendar
Like, I
here.
know it occurs like after Labor Day, but that's a
September
work-
the 6th, which would be your
strategic plan
board
workshop,
strategic planning.
which is a heavy lift for y'all because you do a lot for that. I mean, I'm not trying to blow up the calendar. I just know that, you know, even this weekend, and it was compounded, you know, because we had a long weekend. And so Friday was kind of a quasi-holiday, half-day virtual work day. And then yesterday was an actual holiday. And there are just some things, you know, as far as legal notice requirements that come into play with our meetings. And I'm just trying to figure out, are we just, I mean, y'all did a marvelous job. We've made it through till 11 o'clock, and we're still going. I'm just asking, you know, is that something that, yeah, I'm asking you to be honest about.
It is hard. It is hard, but we make it work. But certainly if there was some, I could maybe propose some other dates. I think that September 6th is the only date that would happen, and that's the Labor Day Monday. So, I mean, I could propose either maybe Wednesday of that week or Thursday of that week or something like that. Or, you know, sometimes I don't know how y'all feel about doing back-to-back weeks, you know, doing that the next week would be the September 13th, but then you have a meeting on September 13th and September 20th. But, I mean, I'm happy to throw out some other dates.
And again, I'm
really
not
up to
asking to
you.
like completely rework the calendar. I just know, I mean, Dr. Lowell and I have had the conversation before that it is, it's an arduous task sometimes for y'all to come in and from a holiday and have a meeting that night. So,
If that's the only time it's happening and
I
it's
think
just a
that it would
3-day
probably
week,
be
I
okay.
think we can make that happen.
okay.
Mhm.
All right.
I just have some discussion. The only thing stopping us from not moving the meetings is our own policy. So if they're saying that's a hardship on them, I don't see why we couldn't, you know, make adjustments for us. And I'm just curious, down here where it says, you know, we've recommended the following meeting dates. So on April the 11th and May the 2nd, this is for Devonna, those are human resources. Do we need additional meetings just for HR? Because if we're just getting a report, I mean, can that not be?
So that would be probably your call. What we're trying to get to is that May 1st deadline for contracts for teachers. So if we're getting teachers from other districts, other places, we kind of have to get them before May 1st. So it's important that we get as many as we can before then. Rather that's a full-blown meeting or a meeting that we just have, you know, a small session of to do hiring. I just need the hiring.
Okay,
So whatever is your pleasure at that point, yes.
So you could just call a meeting just for an HR approval?
That would be
and
fine with
not
me.
have a
That's all
full
I
board
need from that meeting,
Okay.
correct, yep.
Okay. I think that ties into the next agenda item about executive session placement. So I had a couple more questions to ask you, Devonna. So if we just want to move executive session placement.
Hang on just a minute.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that we don't have any other items on the
Okay.
calendar. Does anybody else have any comments or questions for Ms. McPhail or each other about the calendar?
I'm just happy to not meet on the first day of school.
Yes, yes. Oh,
That was challenging this year.
yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now we are on 12.3. Ms. Garris?
Okay, so I don't mind moving this to next month, only because of the time, and I could ask some other questions that would be beneficial from Devonna, not tonight, that would help with 12.3. But I also have a COVID question that I didn't get time to ask back up here. So do I need to make a motion to move 12.3, or how does that work?
We can postpone it without a motion. We just can't add it without a motion.
Okay. So, my COVID question for Dr. Little. As I was reading back through the DHEC guidance, the child care exclusion list, all of that, I do not see where testing before day 5 is required. And I don't know if I've missed something. I see where it's recommended in both places, but I don't see where it's required. And I know we have so many people that are keeping their kids, like, they're sitting at home waiting because they got a test done on day 4 and it's taken to day 9 or 13 to get a result. So I'm wondering, and it's in our guidance as a district, so I'm wondering, is this something that the district has decided, or is this somewhere and I've missed it?
I'm gonna let Mr. Caldwell take the DHEC guidance.
That change was made when did we get that guidance? Sunday?
The 15th. I remember that was on everything I was reading, was 1/15/22.
And so what it says now for students, and I'll kind of defer to Devon, I think it's the same. Well, it's actually a little different. For students, a close contact still has to quarantine unless they meet the quarantine exemption requirements of being maximally vaccinated, and that sort of thing. It's a 5-day quarantine, and if they are showing no symptoms and agree to wear a mask days 6 through 10, they can return after 5. And in fact, I've sent some information to Catherine earlier this evening to add to Dr. Little's Where We Stand Wednesday presentation tomorrow to get that word out. So up until this weekend, it was a requirement to be tested and have a negative test no sooner than day 4. Now it's recommended, but not required after day 5. So they can return asymptomatic with a mask after 5 days.
Okay. Also in there, and just tell me if you'll address this, in the Where We Stand Wednesday, there's a difference between maximally and fully vaccinated. Did that change on Sunday as well?
I don't believe that did change.
I think that changed on the last guidance, which was
like 2 weeks prior.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay, because we as a district are requiring that maximally vaccinated students do not have to quarantine. But the DHEC guidance says, I think they can be fully vaccinated.
To be maximally vaccinated means that you've had every vaccination that's available to you. So if you're 8 years old, the booster's not available to you, but if you've had the 2 shots, then you are quarantine exempt, if you will. But if you're eligible for the booster, you have to have received the booster, wait 2 weeks, and then you're maximally vaccinated.
Okay, so it's saying if you're fully vaccinated from 5 to 17 years old, and then people verified positive, that you don't have to quarantine as a close contact. But in our policies, or when, I shouldn't say policies, in our little image we have here that's on the web, it says that you have to be maximally vaccinated. I didn't know, I mean, y'all can look at that. I didn't know if somebody just had an answer and you would say like, oh yeah, that changed on Sunday too.
No, that's,
Okay, so Lexington one is different from DHEC. Okay. Okay. All right.
Well, just for the record, I don't know that we're different, and I'm not disagreeing with our chair. I don't know that we're different. There may be some misinformation. The way I understand it is you are exempt from quarantine if you've received every shot you're eligible to receive.
and that's how DHEC defines it.
Right. Some would be called fully and some would be called maximally. Let me follow up on that tomorrow.
Okay, I do know, I don't think I printed all that. Oh, wait, I might actually have that at the bottom of one of them. Yeah, they actually define fully, maximally vaccinated, known as up-to-date, a person who has completed their primary vaccine series of 2 doses. It's so small I can't hardly read this. And fully vaccinated is a person who has completed their primary vaccine of 2 doses of something else, and a single dose of something. So there are 2 different definitions for maximally and fully. I'll let y'all figure that out. That sounds good.
But in practice, it's whatever you're eligible, what to receive is how you do that.
Okay, I just know on our guidance that we're putting out to students, the word maximally is used, but fully is not used.
Okay.
All right, board, we are at 3.0, which is items for board information. As we traditionally receive, in your packet, you have received the monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers, the monthly capital projects report, and the monthly unauthorized procurements report. On the behalf of the board, I want to wish everybody a great start to the second semester. I feel like it's gotten here very fast, but also really slow. It's been a crazy first couple weeks back, but I know that everybody is pulling together and working really hard. I know students are excited to start the new semester and kind of have a fresh go of things. But I really do, on behalf of the board, want to express genuine appreciation for our staff, our central services staff, the posts that I see of central services staff teaching Spanish classes at Beechwood, or serving lunches, or helping in Carline, or going into the schools, hearing of administrators in some of our high schools managing 3 or 4 classes, kind of bouncing between the classrooms to keep those students engaged, and doing, it really has been inspiring to see how hard everyone is working to keep students in the classroom and keep them focused on learning. And hopefully we're at the peak of this and things are going to start getting better and we'll get it back to normal very soon. So hope everybody enjoys our snow day on Friday. Do I hear a motion? No?
Please don't say that. No, that is.
No,
please
it's
don't
going
say
down
that.
a lot, so, no. Sorry, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please head home and drive carefully.